We are Blackmore. We are St. Louis.
National League MVP Joey Votto is in town with his Cincinnati Reds. And there is a buzz in the air. Albert Pujols and Yadier Molina hoping to provide some offense for the red-hot Redbirds. And welcome to Cardinal Baseball right here on Fox Sports Midwest. Game 1 of a 3-game weekend series. This game tonight is for first place in the National League Central. It'll be settled here tonight. Welcome to the telecast. Rick Horton alongside Al Raboski. Now, this has turned into quite a rivalry between the Reds and the Cardinals. What do you make of this series?
Well, it is early, and probably a lot of the excitement is carried over by the fans. Of course, the players don't want to get too high. They know the importance of winning games in April are just as important as in September. Last season, Cincinnati won the division. The Cardinals were the better ball club. They won 12 of the 18 meetings. Now let's settle things right here tonight and in this early season showdown.
They'll settle it on the field here shortly. The starting pitchers will be Kyle McClellan and Edison Volquez. We'll look at them more when we come back. From Busch Stadium, the Reds and the Cardinals. Game 1 of a 3-game series. Some threatening skies and a late change for the Cardinals. Kyle McClellan is now, Al Raboski, not starting this ballgame.
Well, I think you're going to see the Cardinals are very concerned about having this game start then have a lengthy rain delay, lose Kyle McClellan, so they've elected to start Batista. Now, when he signed, this was part of his role. A little bit of everything. 40 years of age, but he could start, he could spot start, he could even close out ball games. He's pitched very well for the Cardinals, and so he is the perfect candidate to start this game.
Miguel Batista starting for the Redbirds. As far as we know, Edinson Volquez is starting for the Cincinnati Reds. More on him when we come back. They entertain the Cincinnati Reds here tonight, game one of a three-game series. And if they're going to continue their winning ways, they're going to have to handle Edinson Volquez.
Well, one thing, you got to be ready in the first inning. This young, talented right-hander struggled in the first inning, an ERA approaching 30. But after that, he straightens out and pitches pretty well. There are several Cardinal hitters that have hit him very well in the past.
Well, we've looked at the pitchers. We also have a couple of sluggers at the ballpark here tonight. The last two MVPs of the National League, Joey Votto and Albert Pujols. A closer look at them after this. Runner-up are here in the ballpark tonight. Should Joey Votto have won the MVP over Albert last year? Pat Paris takes a closer look.
Exactly 100 years ago, Hugh Chalmers of Chalmers Automobile created the Chalmers Award, given to the most important and useful player to any club. The Baseball Writers of America made the award official in 1931 and called it the game's most valuable player award. The Cardinals have always been a big part of the league's MVP award. 16 Cardinals have won the MVP a total of 20 times, most in the National League. The Gold Glove, meanwhile, has been around since 1957, and for the first 48 years, any National League player who won a Gold Glove and led the league in home runs and RBIs won the MVP. Guaranteed. Well, it was guaranteed until 2005, when the Braves' Andrew Jones accomplished all three, but didn't win the league's MVP. Who did? One Albert Pujols, who not only didn't lead the league in any major statistical category except runs, he committed a league-high 14 errors at first base. So it shouldn't be a surprise that last year, Albert became the second player ever to lead the league in home runs and RBIs, win a Gold Glove, and fail to win the MVP. The honor went to Joey Votto, who took his Reds to the playoffs for the first time in 15 seasons. For Albert, it's his 7th top 2 finish in the MVP voting. Barry Bonds has 9, but it took him 22 years to compile that number. Albert has his 7 top 2 finishes in just 10 years. So who is the only other player in baseball's history with 7 top 2 MVP finishes, which include 3 MVPs and 4 second-place finishes? You might have heard of him. His name is Stan.
Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Bud Light. It's the sure sign of a good time. Here we go. By Chevy. See your Mid-America Chevy dealers. By Southwest Airlines' new Rapid Rewards. Unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates. By Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. #1 in quality tires and expert auto service. And by Steak and Shake. Life needs flavor.
They say baseball is a marathon, not a sprint, and this is just one of 162. But for our fans, I know tonight is special. The Reds are the reigning Central Division champs, and that's a title that we want. They're coming to our place, and Busch will be rocking tonight. I'm proud to be a St. Louis Cardinal, and tonight this team will put it on the line. It's next on Fox Sports Midwest.
Our thanks to Kyle McClellan for helping us with the intro. Kyle McClellan actually not getting the start last-minute change by Tony La Russa. Miguel Batista will be the Cardinals starter as some rain is expected here at Busch Stadium. And we'll give you a chance to look at the Cincinnati Reds starting lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Drew Stubbs, the speedy center fielder, leads off. Brandon Phillips will play second and bat second. Joey Votto, Johnny Gomes, Jay Bruce will be in the middle of the order. And former Cardinals Edgar Renteria and Miguel Cairo will hit back-to-back. Ramon Hernandez does the catching, and Edinson Volquez, 2-0, will pitch for the Reds, and the Cardinals will counter with Miguel Batista.
Well, I think this is a very interesting move and a little gamesmanship. As a lot of rain in the area, I'm sure some of our viewers are wondering how we even can be playing baseball. But with a bad forecast, Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan decided they're not going to lose their starter. So they'll start Batista, and then if you get by the rain, there is rain in the area, if you get by that section of rain, then you could bring Kyle McClellan back and hopefully pitch the rest of the game.
Very interesting news already in what should be a great series. Here's the Dobbs Tire and Auto Center Cardinals defense. Holiday, Rasmus Berkman in the outfield, Freeze, Terrio, Descalzo, and Pujols on the infield. Batista and Molina are the battery.
There's John Hirschbeck. He's the crew chief here. Of course, he's out at second base. Scott Berry will be at first. Laz Diaz behind the plate. And my buddy Wally Bell over in the rocking chair. He's over at third.
Working out of the stretch with the game's first pitch is Miguel Batista. And it's outside to Drew Stubbs. The umpires, Al, that you mentioned may be a factor here tonight as to how they handle what we expect to be a rain-filled evening.
Well, the game's in their hands once lineup cards are exchanged, and not a good start right here is our pitcher and catcher trying to play catch are 0 for 2.
I just wonder about the warm-up of Batista. Certainly he didn't know about this until right before warm-up time, and talk about an emergency start. This is very last minute for him.
Well, Batista is 40 years of age. And remember, I can't quite remember the detail. I think it was when Strasburg got hurt. He made the emergency start when he was with the Washington Nationals last year. That's where he made a lot of headlines talking about all the big crowd come to see the Phenom, and not a good start, the walk. And he said, you know, they come to see Miss Universe and they end up with Miss Iowa. Well, Miss Iowa and the pageant took exception to that.
They did.
They had a little fun with it, and here's a little fun with Brandon Phillips.
Cardinal fan reaction is obvious for Brandon Phillips, Gold Glove second baseman for the Cincinnati Reds, who really touched off a firestorm last year, and he's touched off some rain here tonight.
Here it comes. Here's the rain. So this is why Tony La Russa started Batista and not McClellan.
Starting to come down hard. First pitch to Brandon Phillips, up and in. The crowd likes that. As they're headed to shelter, they had time to cheer for that up and in fastball to Brandon Phillips.
Yeah, up and in fastball called a strike. So it really wasn't that close. More dramatics. Trying to spin away from him, act like it was near his head. Strike one.
Stubbs with good speed, the runner at first. A leadoff walk to him, and there he goes. Molina double clutches and does not make the throw. Stolen base number 6 for Stubbs.
Well, Yachty is not throwing, and now they're going to stop the game and bring out the tarps. So a wise move is, you'll see right here, they're stealing the base. The Reds are stealing a lot, the double clutch. No sense of throwing the ball and throwing it away, and we'll have an early stoppage to this game. Why did you get it started?
Well, we got about 6 minutes into this game, and the umpires see it coming, and it's a Helitech rain delay here at Busch Stadium as the Cardinals and Reds get a lot of electricity in the air here at Busch Stadium, but it'll be on hold for a little while, Al, as both clubs will have to weather the storm.
I was very surprised. On Tuesday, under similar situations, they just said there was going to be a delay in the game. But here they decided to start the game. Cardinals changed starting pitching. Now Volquez and the Reds have to wait this rain delay out.
Well, let's take a quick timeout. We'll be back with more from Busch Stadium rain delay at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Rain delay is over at Busch Stadium. Brandon Phillips back in the box, and he fouls the first pitch off, and the crowd had a chance to boo him one more time as he's reintroduced after a 2+ hour rain delay. And Kyle McClellan, who did not start this game, out now is in.
Well, it's just like Tony thought. You know, you start Batista, and then if you had a rain delay, you could go with your scheduled starter and not have him have his night interrupted. Now, it appears Volquez will not reappear in this game. They'll go to the bullpen, but the Cardinals, one-upsmanship, they don't lose their starting pitcher. He just comes in a relief role.
We made out on that deal, I would say.
Absolutely.
Good move by Tony La Russa. And to reset the stage for you, Miguel Batista started this game. He walked Drew Stubbs on 4 pitches. He promptly stole second base. He was the first batter in this game. Only 3 minutes into the game, Brandon Phillips at the plate, and that's when the rains came. And the pitch to Phillips is hit on the ground to the right side. And Descalzo pleases the St. Louis crowd here by throwing out Brandon Phillips for out number 1.
Well, Brandon Phillips, with all of his colorful comments and Twitter against the Cardinals, he really has not hit their pitching well enough to be popping off.
I actually read one of his tweets during the rain delay. He was tweeting in the clubhouse, and he said that he thought it was kind of nice that everybody booed him here in St. Louis, but they didn't do it well enough. He said, come on, St. Louis, learn how to boo properly. How about that? Fastball inside. I think he's just having fun.
Well, Ricky, I always got a kick out of walking into an enemy ballpark and be greeted by a standing boo.
I think he's just having fun with it.
That's it. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Joey Votto, reigning MVP, stands in from the left side against Kyle McClellan.
Well, he's off to a great start, leading the National League in hitting at .418. He also has been an exceptional hitter on the road. Just 6 games, but he's batting .500 on the road.
Outstanding hitter. Stubbs the runner at third. Cardinals playing to pull on the infield. The 1-1 to Votto. Swing and a miss. Good pitch from McClellan. And I guess you'd have to say McClellan is in his first relief appearance of 2011.
No doubt about it. If of all the Cardinal starters, he would be the best one to accept this assignment.
Molina sets up inside, and the pitch is inside. Foul tip held onto by Molina, and Joey Votto strikes out with Stubbs at third base. Big pitch from McClellan early on.
Little check swing, and as you said, Yachty holds onto it down and in, and it's a ball, but the foul tipped into the glove of Molina. So now 2 outs, a runner at third base. Johnny Gomes.
Johnny Gomes batting cleanup for Cincinnati. Scott Rowland has the night off.
Scotty's dealing, historically he's had a lot of back troubles over the years, but right now, currently, it's a shoulder problem. Gomes there. Left fielder off to a slow start and struggling against right-handed pitching.
And some moderate boos for Gomes as he went to the plate. Cardinal fans certainly heard the alleged response by Gomes when the Reds clubhouse in spring training found out that Adam Wainwright was hurt, and it's since been kind of pushed aside as not really a story and that's something he didn't do. But for a while at least, there was a thought that they'd celebrated a bit when they found out that Wainwright was hurt, and Cardinal fans remember that story. And Gomes says, I really didn't have to apologize because I didn't do that, and I wouldn't do that. And so you have to give him credit.
Yeah, knowing him a little bit, and Scott Rowland told me this guy plays with a little flair and a little different. He's got a mohawk, but Scott Rowland said he is really a good guy. He's 100% genuine. But he's the kind of guy that maybe gets under the skin of the opposing team. But from what I've seen about him, this guy likes to play, and it shows.
Those are guys you want as teammates.
Absolutely.
McClellan working from the stretch. 2-1 the count to Gomes. The pitch. Hit to center field. In comes Rasmus. And Kyle McClellan does the job. He strands the runner at second. Go to the bottom of the first inning. It's late, but a lot of fun ahead.
on Fox Sports Midwest, back inside Busch Stadium. And we'll look at the Cardinals batting order, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Ryan Theriot, Colby Rasmus, and Albert Pujols will bat here in the first, followed by Matt Holliday, Lance Berkman, David Freese, Yadier Molina behind the plate. Daniel Descalzo gets to start here tonight at second base, and Kyle McClellan is your starter/reliever in this game. And I guess you could say the same about Matt Maloney, the left-hander, who was once traded for Kyle Oates.
Yeah, I noticed that from Philadelphia to Cincinnati. He is their long man in the bullpen. Over the last 2 years, he has made 9 starts at the big league level, but he's Class A Louisville's all-time leader in career strikeouts, ranks among the franchise leader in starts, victories, innings pitched. The only problem Matt will tell you is that's at AAA. But he did pitch 3 innings on Monday and 4 innings, his longest relief ever outing on last Friday.
And a good start for Maloney. Ryan Theriot batting average right at 300. Been very steady atop the Cardinals lineup. Both he and Colby Rasmus getting on base in front of the big boppers. And he's working a lot of deep counts as well, and it's 1-1 to Theriot. Officially, a 2-hour and 10-minute rain delay. And pretty exciting that this game is underway, Al, because we need to reset just how important this is. It's an early season series, but Reds and the Cardinals with a little history, and certainly these two clubs are going to battle it out all year.
You really don't expect any fireworks to come from what happened last season. Tony's got his team under control. If there's really any problems with anybody from Cincinnati, it'd be Johnny Cueto. But he's on the disabled list. And so even Brandon Phillips, I mean, those things are easily forgotten. So you expect a well-played game, and to be honest, that's how you hurt Cincinnati worst, is going out and beating them.
I think both clubs recognize that. Both Dusty Baker and Tony La Russa met and exchanged lineup cards at home plate, and these two managers are outstanding managers. Brandon Phillips, of course, is a fiery player, a very good player, Gold Glover at second base. He has not hit the Cardinals well, as you mentioned.
Well, the end of Dusty's distinguished playing career, he finished up playing with or for Tony La Russa in Oakland, talking about Dusty Baker. And Tony has said that one of his biggest regrets is that he did not hire Dusty Baker as a coach. Dusty's happy he didn't, because he's won several Managers of the Year awards, and as you said, does a great job.
The 2-2 to Theriot. Breaking ball, base hit to left field for Ryan Theriot. Good start for the Cardinal offense. Decent defense for the Cincinnati Reds, 4th in the National League in fielding percentage. Gomes, Stubbs, and Bruce, good arm in right field. Cairo and Renteria, former Cardinals, on the left side. Phillips and Votto on the right side, and Matt Maloney and Ramon Hernandez. And there's one of our favorite National Leaguers who's not wearing a Cardinal uniform currently, Edgar Renteria.
No doubt about it.
El Capitan.
Edgar, getting the nod today because of what he's done against Kyle McClellan, 2 for 2. Giannis, their everyday shortstop, was 0 for 2. Not a big sample, but we're always happy to see Edgar, and one of our favorites.
Maloney's a big, tall left-hander. Quick pitch home to Rasmus is a bit low, 2-0. Cardinals lineup, Al, really isn't flipped much as Dusty Baker goes to the lefty, because only Rasmus, Berkman, a switch hitter, and Descalzo hitting from the left side.
Correct. I was just thinking the same thing. And Colby now is playing every day, whether it's a left-handed starter or a right-handed starter. He might have made a switch with Descalzo. And since Berkman, got yesterday off with the left arm on the mound, he was more than likely going to play. And this is a very important series, and you are in their bullpen now.
Theriot having trouble figuring out the move of Maloney. He's been going back to first, and quick move to Votto. Chases him back again.
You talk to the great Lou Brock, and he will tell you the toughest pitcher for him to steal against, wore a Cincinnati Reds uniform, is Don Gullett. And the reason he could never get a read on Gullett is he never threw to first base. Lou said every time he took a lead, He goes, I know he's never thrown over here, but he's going to do it this time. And just never got a comfortable read.
Interesting, Terrio talking it over with Dave McKay, and that's part of Dave McKay's job, is to try to pick up something different. Not real familiar with this left-hander. They've only seen him in the big leagues a couple of times, probably not a lot of video on it. Here's a line drive, base hit for Rasmus in the right center. Terrio rounds second, and he's headed for third. Back-to-back hits for the Redbirds. Runners at the corners with nobody out.
I know Terrio has stole 20 bases, but it looked like Maloney spending way too much time worrying about the runner at first, sacrificing thought process to what you're doing at the plate. Borderline pitch, but it's up. You see that one so much better. Line drive over the second baseman's head into the corner, and the Cardinals have something going first and third for Albert, who's starting to heat things up.
6 home runs, 14 RBIs. Actually a pretty good year pace for Albert. Even though he has had a slow start, you expect by the end of the year he's going to have his numbers and a chance to add to them here. First pitch to Albert, taken high and away for a ball.
And Ricky, I'm presenting you with your first oh yes.
Thank you very much. I'm excited to have him.
Remember when we were out in L.A., you were wondering what Albert was eating on the bench. Oh yeah, protein bars. He eats 2 of them a game during the game, and he just pounds the protein shakes also.
2-0 to Albert, and I can guarantee you before the night's over, I'm going to have one of these myself.
Let's keep you awake.
Because this game may end on Saturday, but hey, Al, we've got nothing else to do. This is a good place to be. 2-0 to Albert. Hit hard but foul past Oquendo. Bill Finley's crew did a very nice job getting this field ready for play. They've worked really hard, especially this past week. A lot of tough weather, and of course we had tornado warnings here multiple times during the rain delay.
They do a great job, and it's not easy lugging that tarp around after it's been rained. Gets a little heavy, doesn't it?
No doubt.
But now with these drainage systems they have in the grass fields, it's almost like the old days of the turf. It can almost guarantee fans that if it stops raining, you could play baseball.
And the fans know it. A lot of them have stayed around. 3-1, dangerous pitch here to Albert, and it's popped up in the shallow center field. Terrio talking it over with Oquendo. Flat-footed, Stubbs, throw home, and Terrio's safe, and now they've got caught in a run down at first base. He slides in, and he's safe. Colby Rasmus trying to draw that cutoff, and the Cardinals lead 1-0. RBI Pujols.
15th RBI for Albert Pujols. Scores Terrio from third. They knew that they were probably going to play. They have decent arms out there, not great arms. Short hops the mound. Votto is a foot race, and he comes up short with Rasmus going back to the bag. But more importantly, the Cardinals take a lead. Now Albert, who 2 weeks ago everyone was worried about whether he even hit, is now tied Berkman for the team lead in home runs and RBIs.
Matt Holliday. Here's a little better move from the left-hander with Rasmus aboard. Rasmus 1 for 1 in stolen bases. And it's nice to see everybody playing hard early on. Couple-hour rain delay, but these teams know how important this game is and how excited they are to be playing each other, and there is great respect back and forth, and we've seen some hard play already.
Look, as Albert was helping out Dave McKay. Now watch this. He notices, look at him trying to help out. Get back, get back. And cheerleading too.
Exactly.
I got my RBI and I helped the base coach.
In the dirt. Oh, Rasmus could definitely have gone to second base on that one, Al. He just did not read that well.
He did not get a good read there. You've got to take your lead off, then you get a secondary lead.
He knows it. You can see it on his face.
Oh, sure. But instead of anticipating that breaking ball in the dirt, that may be separation of the catcher, and you're taking that extra step towards second, he found himself coming back to first, and then it was too late to recover.
So
he's aware of it.
Part of the reason, too, is he thought the pitcher was going to first, and he was going back initially. That might have been part of his reason. And another base hit. 3 hits in the first inning for the Cardinals. Matt Holliday delivered.
Are you sure that's not Volquez out there pitching?
Well, you mentioned in the open how his first innings not too sharp. The same is true so far for Mr. Maloney.
Volquez, his scheduled starter, is 2-0 because he's gotten great run support. But in the first inning, Volquez has an ERA of 29.25. So maybe he switched arms and he's still out there throwing.
Are you a little surprised he's not in this game? I know 2 hours is a long time.
2 hours, it's early, but that was the mindset of Tony La Russa starting Batista, and we are aware that Dusty Baker had notice that it wasn't something that was sprung upon him as they exchanged lineup cards. What I'm wondering is, would Dusty be more upset with the umpiring crew? Exchange the lineup cards, it's in the hands of the umpire. But to start a game with this kind of weather all around you and only be able to get 6 pitches in, I mean, I think you got a pretty good legitimate complaint there that, hey guys, why did you start the game?
There's a fastball in the inside corner, 1-2.
Where in the past hour, the grounds crew was ready to put the tarp on the field at any moment.
Berkman has hit the Reds very well. Most active career home runs, 49. He's actually ahead of Albert. I would guess most of those from the left side.
When you look at the numbers of Albert and Berkman playing against the Reds, it's almost like a full year. And it's a MVP type year if you put their numbers together.
Lance just 1 for 9 from the right side in 2011. RBI chance here. The 2-2. Line to center field, and Stubbs able to make that play. He's a very good defensive outfielder. You mentioned, Al, not the strongest of arms, but he's a solid player, about as fast as anybody patrolling center field. The Reds also have a very good right fielder in Jay Bruce.
Stubbs is a very intriguing player because he has that phenomenal speed, and yet he has great power. So for a leadoff man, he is a bit unusual.
David Freese, Cardinal third baseman, takes the first pitch high from the lefty Maloney. Pitch count high already for the reliever / starter. I guess he's actually considered the starter, or maybe he's not.
Well, he would not be because the lineup cards exchanged had Volquez as the starter. So it is a relief role. Last Friday he did have a career high 4 innings relief, and then on Monday he threw 3 innings also. And he was a starter all through the minor leagues.
2-0 pitch is on the corner, and this could be a bad start for the Reds bullpen in this series. They have not played well. They've lost their last 2 series at home to the Pirates and then to the Diamondbacks. The Cardinals have won 3 straight series, but this could be tough on them now.
They've actually recently, the bullpen has been doing a better job than their starters. Their starters have all given up runs in the first inning the last time through the order. And so many times Dusty's team is playing catch-up, but they also have been scoring a ton of runs. So that's why, like Volquez, had an ERA near 7, but was 2-0 because of the run support. He's been averaging about 7 runs per game.
Starters ERA over 5. Ground ball to the left side. This could be a tough play for Renteria on the run. And Freese is safe at first. Infield hit for David Freese, the Cardinals' 4th hit of the inning.
Well, a play like that's going to be real tough for the aging shortstop. Edgar's just an outstanding guy, but he's not the player that we saw here. And good to see David Freese legging one out. An indication that as he's relearning how to run, he's getting a little quicker.
0-2 pitches to David Freese. First, he paints that inside corner, and he fouls it off. Now he goes away, Al.
That was a breaking ball, and then he throws a changeup out there. Had David out in front, but that was part of the beauty of it. He didn't hit it hard enough, and Renteria had to come in. Took a long time for that play to develop, and Freese beats it out.
Breaking ball, strike one to Yadier Molina. Molina with 6 RBIs on the season, no home runs, and his batting average has certainly climbed. He was off to a rough start, but you always like him in these situations.
Well, he's been very productive with the few hits he has.
The 0-1 to Yadi. And of course, we all know what happened with these two folks last year. I believe that is long since forgotten.
A little bit.
Kind of forgotten, but Brandon Phillips and Yadier Molina touched off what became a ugly scene between these two ball clubs.
Yeah, no one knew Yadi was necessarily going to do what he did, and what incited him was after Phillips really called out the entire Cardinal team and, you know, made a target of them, and then he came and tapped the shin guards of Yadi like, hey man, where everything's cool. Well, Yadi took exception. You don't berate my team and myself and then come here and act like I'm supposed to think you're my best friend.
Just hold him accountable. That's all he was doing. The 0-2 pitch to Yadi is fouled back. And of course, Yadi ended up having a big hit in that game, and that series went the Cardinals' way. And then after that series, unfortunately, the Cardinals just fell flat.
Well, he hit a home run after that incident. You see the highest batting average, 2 outs, runner in scoring position, 326. Those are all lofty numbers right now, early in the season, but that is remarkable, especially the way they started out at the beginning of the season.
Cardinals lead the National League in hitting at 292. The Reds are third. In fact, the National League Central has the top 3 batting averages as a team. That would be St. Louis, then the Chicago Cubs, then Cincinnati. And so we may have some offense in this series. Really looking forward to this series. Should be some great contests.
National television is looking forward to it too.
You bet.
Saturday Fox, and then Sunday night game.
There was about 10 times as many people as normal in the Cardinals clubhouse before the game. A great buzz in that as the national folks were here, and a lot of buzz about this game, I think, in the clubhouses and in the dugouts now as well. And I think among the fans. The 1-2 to Yadi.
Long and back, and a good one for Yadi.
Rasmus the runner at third. Matt Holliday aboard at second. He had a base hit. Infield hit for David Freese.
Ricky Maloney has already thrown 37 pitches. How long will he go?
At least 40.
Yeah. Lopez the other day had a 44-pitch first inning. And here you're talking about a reliever. He has been their long man. He's been a starter in the minor leagues. Has started 9 big league games. So it's not a foreign place for him to be.
Full count to Molina. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Maloney takes care of Molina. Cardinals manage a run. They lead 1-0 through 1. Baseball, bringing you 152 games this season. Make sure you don't miss any games. Go to foxsportsmidwest.com and check if your video provider has decided to carry all the games. If not, we encourage you to call your video provider and let them know you don't want to miss any more Cardinals action this year. Kyle McClellan out for his second inning of work. He was able to strand Drew Stubbs in the first inning, who was walked by the Cardinals starter Miguel Batista a long time ago. 2 hour and 10-minute rain delay, and we're back playing downtown St. Louis, and I cannot believe how many Cardinal fans have stayed through this long rain delay, and they've been a very active and loud crowd early on.
And let's hope it continues that way. Now that the rain is out of the picture, it's a pleasant evening and a good night for a Cardinal victory. Time is called by Molina, as Laz Diaz made sure everyone knew that it was the catcher, not the batter.
Line drive to left field by Bruce. In the corner is Matt Holliday, and on the warning track.
Tippy toeing out there is about the only place you see any remnants of the water is on the warning track, and particularly down the left field line.
Drainage is great here.
Yes.
There was a lot of water on this field. It rained very hard for maybe 20 or 30 minutes, then drizzled off and on. And again, we had at least 3 tornado warnings in downtown St. Louis.
And one we know touched down at the airport. Seen some pictures of the damage there, and
we hope everybody's okay there. The 1-0 to Renteria is at the knees, 1-1. Renteria, you've mentioned, Al, 2 for 2 in his career against McClellan. That's why he's starting in front of Paul Janisch, the normal shortstop.
Such a big,
yeah,
big sample. Janisch was 0 for 2, and he's 2 for 2, so he gets the nod.
Any edge you can get. Dusty Baker and Tony La Russa. This series is just as much about the teams as it is about these two great managers. Tony with 2,648 wins, 3rd all time. Dusty Baker, you mentioned his great career, 22nd all time in wins as a manager in baseball, over 1,400 wins. Ground ball to the left side, and this is foul.
You know, Dusty and Tony very competitive. I think they've had bench clearings in 3 different uniforms. Giants, Cubs, now Cincinnati, but good friends until the game starts.
And both those managers are in a small group of all-time managers. There's 11 that had 250 or more wins with those 3 clubs, and Tony's one of them. Dusty's one. Tony, of course, did it with the White Sox, Oakland, and now St. Louis. In his 16th year.
St. Louis, 33rd overall. Oh, the delay didn't bother McClellan, did it?
What does he have to do, Al, mentally to be ready for this kind of game? First of all, he came to the park thinking he's going to start this game at 7 o'clock.
But that's why I'm saying that he probably is the best suited,
right,
to say, you know, have all of a sudden your preparation stopped,
altered,
had
right,
a little altering of saying, okay, you're not going to start the game, but you're going to come in after the rain delay.
Diving attempt by Terrio. 2 out hit for Miguel Cairo, former Cardinal infielder.
Cairo had a great season for them last year.
Taking a game from some of Busch Stadium's most popular seats, the all-inclusive areas. You'll get a great view of the game, plus all of your food and drinks included for one great price. Get your all-inclusive tickets at Cardinals.com.
Cairo almost thought about retiring, really had a tough spring last season. And, you know, they went to him and said, look, you know, hey, you've got a track record. We know what you've done over the years as a pinch hitter and, you know, filling in when you can. Don't worry about it. And he ended up getting some real big hits for them in their quest for the title.
Ground ball to the left side. First pitch swinging is Ramon Hernandez, 6-4. Cairo is forced. Go to the bottom of the second. Descalzo will lead it off. Stadium Sports Bar, opening soon at Lumiere Place Casino and Hotels, the pulse of St. Louis. And by Kia Motors. Miguel Cairo, a base hit in the second inning, and Al, very interesting as he came to the plate, what transpired.
Well, a lot of hitters will tap the umpire and then they tap the catcher. But what happened with Brandon Phillips, and then he does it twice to Yachty. Now, the interesting thing we thought is, it's kind of a little joke right there, but we noticed that Laz Diaz, the home plate umpire, in between innings, went down the line and talked to Miguel Cairo. And I kind of got the feeling that, he might have said, look, I know you're trying to be cute and you're trying to have a little levity to the situation, but I don't think Yachty liked it, so let's don't do that again.
I think that's exactly what happened. And Cairo, of course, is a great guy and a former teammate of Yadier Molina and a good friend, but I think Yachty maybe still doesn't like that.
But that's the way the game should be played. You're supposed to hate the other guy. That's the enemy. And
hate's a strong word, Al.
Well, it's coming from me, so it was a mild form. But what drives me crazy is you see a batter get a double off the wall, then he goes to second base. The second baseman, shortstop, both come over and get in a big conversation. What are they talking about? How weak the pitcher is? You don't need that stuff.
Now you get my blood boiling a little bit, Al. 0-2 to Daniel Descalzo, and he fouls this one off. Descalzo getting the start at second base tonight. The Cardinals really with a few options now with Skip Schumacher on the disabled list. You've got a switch hitter in Nick Punto, and we certainly have liked the defense that he's shown. Tyler Green can play some second, and of course, Descalzo's a natural second baseman.
And I think you'll see Punto get the majority of the starts, but we do have to remember, that he is just coming back off the disabled list with the sports hernia really very early in spring training. So when he's 100%, he'll get the nod. But Tony's also very much.
Pop up on the left side. And it's handled by Cairo.
Tony's very much aware that those bench players do have to have some at-bats. So when they are called upon to pinch hit or something, they got a fighting chance.
You're eventually going to need them.
Yes, you are.
Injuries are a part of this game. The Reds have injuries of their own. Homer Bailey and Johnny Cueto both on the disabled list, not available.
Apparently Cueto had a very rough rehab outing yesterday, right?
Wasn't able to actually go, is what I understand, and I think they had kind of cut it short. You He's certainly not ready to come back.
Yeah, he just might have remembered who they were playing this weekend.
Could be.
At some point, he's going to start a game against the Cardinals, and we'll see how long memories are.
And that, of course, is the worst thing that transpired in that entire fight was what he did and what happened with Jason LaRue getting kicked in the head. Fly ball to center field. Stubbs has very good speed. And McClellan is retired. Now, if you have a question for us, go to carsoup.com/Cardinals and send us your email to the booth, carsoup.com. It is encouraging you to send Al and I some questions, and we'd be glad to look them over and do our best to answer them throughout the telecast that may go into the deep hours of the night. But it is a Friday night, Al.
Hey, we might get a real snappy, quick game.
Line drive to right. Terrio testing Bruce, and it's over his head and to the wall. Grounds first, headed to second, and he'll stop there. Ryan Terrio, 2 for 2.
A rare double for Terrio, who has the second most singles the last few years in all of baseball. Derek Jeter's #1, Terrio #2, and got a pitch, belt high, plugs the gap out in right center.
Terrio seems like the classic guy to me, Al, that is a great guy to have on a winning team. You'll appreciate his value when your team is winning.
Well, you've got to admit he's been a winner. You know, he was on the LSU team that won a national championship. He's had a couple division champions with the Cubs. He'll have to fight that battle. Remember, there used to be an old theory that if you had more than 3 ex-Cubs, you couldn't win.
I'm pretty sure you're the founder of that theory.
No,
from what I've been told.
No, it doesn't apply anymore because there's been so many, so much trading over the years. But that was a theory that went along for many, many years.
1-1 to Rasmus. Terrio, the runner at second. Cardinals leading 1-0. Watch out. Foul tip, says Laz Diaz. Rasmus doesn't argue.
As a pitcher, we love that. When you can get that foul tip, where the guy still has the bat on his shoulder, and you get kind of a cheap strike. Got to be a better actor and say that ball hits you.
Might have hit the knob of the bat. 1-2 to Rasmus. He singled in the first inning. Good swing there, but he just got under it, popped it up out of play. Cardinals have come out swinging. You have to assume it was about 5:15 to 5:30 when most of these players took batting practice. It was actually under sunny skies here at Busch Stadium, and the weather was fantastic. And then right around 7 o'clock, the weather came in, and it's been a long time since these guys did take their batting practice, but they're swinging very well.
Remember Chris Spire early in the Cardinals batting practice asked me, he said, "Hey, we're out of the weather pattern." I said, "Nope." But that's how nice it looked at that time.
It's gorgeous. Calm before the storm.
And it got very humid.
2-2 to Colby. This is outside, another full count and another deep count for Matt Maloney, who is on in relief of Edinson Volquez, who didn't throw a pitch. Didn't get a chance to.
Yeah, 39 pitches in the first inning.
And a walk in front of Albert Pujols is never a good idea.
Well, it really didn't work yesterday, did it?
Happened twice yesterday. Rasmus was walked in front of Albert, and he hit his 6th homer of the year. Albert was walked in the first inning, and Matt Holliday went deep. And we'll see if it happens here in the second inning of Game 1 of this 3-game series. The first pitch to Albert. High and away, ball 1.
Just get the feeling that something is about ready to explode again.
2 runners aboard for Albert. Hanging breaking ball is taken at the top of the strike zone. Albert, little conversation with Laz Diaz about that pitch. Seems satisfied.
Well, he's not satisfied, but he's going to accept it. He made his point that he didn't like it, but then said, okay. A little bit out in front on the changeup. Bruce is trying to have a conversation with the people in the first row. Pretty deep for a right fielder with a right-handed batter, isn't it?
But it's Albert. The 1-2 to Albert is high. Talked with Mike Aldretti during that batting practice, and he conceded that the ball really is not carrying well early on here at Busch Stadium. When the weather heats up a bit, it should carry more.
The other night, Albert hit 4 balls that in the Washington series one game, that I think he got 1 home run, but 4 of those balls would have been out on a summer night.
And another full count for Matt Maloney, and he is not long for this game. Cardinals with 2 runners aboard. Terrio's a runner at second. Rasmus at first. 60 pitches now for the Reds' long reliever, Matt Maloney, and this one's going to be a dangerous one. 3-2 to Albert.
He'll be out there for a while, and they've been able to overcome some deficits because the Reds have been scoring a bunch of runs.
The 3-2 to Pujols. Swung on, base hit to right field. Terrio will score. Rasmus to third. RBI number 16 for Albert Pujols.
Pitch. If you throw him a strike, I'll take Albert any day. Ball at the top of the strike zone, a line drive out to right. No chance of throwing out Terrio. Wet, slick baseball. You got to be careful just how you get it back into the infield. And now you're still not out of trouble. Runners at the corners, and you bring up Holiday.
That's a great point, Al. The infield is very dry because it drains so well. So we will see guys take extra bases.
No reason not to, high percentage. You can take a little extra effort to challenge somebody in the outfield with the wet grass. They have to be tippy-toeing out there to even field the ball.
And it doesn't get any easier for Maloney. Matt Holliday singled in the first. His average at a mere .467.
What would his numbers be if he didn't miss the 7 games with the appendectomy?
Amazes me that he has had the ability to come back and continue to have his timing intact. The 1-0. Good numbers in his career against the Reds, Matt Holliday. .383 batting average, and that's in a pretty good sample, too. 34 games, 4 homers, 28 RBIs.
And usually his team wins.
Maloney's been trying to work that inside corner on right-handers and is not getting those calls, not actually getting that inside corner, and he's just throwing a ton of pitches. The 2-1.
Oh, Ricky, we talk a lot about how a pitcher's success is going to be dependent. Can they successfully pitch on their glove hand side? Meaning, can this left-hander get in on the right-handed batters?
Popped him up. Right center field. Stubbs calls off Bruce. Cardinals score again. Another RBI for Albert. He has 2 of them. app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Get live audio, pitch-by-pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text @BAT to 31826 or visit Cardinals.com for details. Kyle McClellan out for the third inning. Jim Hayes joining us for the third inning, and first pitch swinging is the pitcher Maloney, and he is retired. One pitch, one out for Kyle McClellan, and he has done a nice job so far. Cardinals lead 2-0. And Cat, good to have you with us. And of course, the big story of this series, the Reds and the Cardinals, with the great rivalry that started last year. And I understand you had a chance to chat with the Cincinnati Reds second baseman that kind of started this whole thing.
Yeah, Brandon Phillips. So you guys were talking about how he's trying to have fun with it now. He maintains that the comments about the Cardinals that started the whole thing in August of last year were never meant for public consumption. But he has been tweeting a lot. Among the tweets in the days leading up to his arrival in St. Louis, something about he prefers Lunchables to any St. Louis cuisine.
Line out to right. Drew Stubbs is retired.
So I asked him if he was anti-St. Louis, and he was laughing. He said a lot of the teammates are egging him on as he gets a lot of boos, which he was expecting. Maybe this round is better, so he could tweet about that. But he said his teammates were involved with it, and he was just trying to have fun, and he has no bad blood.
And I think I just figured out why so many Cardinal fans have stayed around on a Friday night at a 2-hour and 10-minute rain delay.
Maybe you're right.
Every strike will get a reaction.
He was tweeting about the hotels.
And I suppose he didn't think those would be for public consumption when he was going on Twitter and doing it.
Those, he said, his teammates were involved. They were trying to have fun. But the original, more harsh comments, I think the Lunchables tweeting people can live with. But the things he said about the Cardinals last year, he said
that was just private. That was a little personal.
Absolutely.
And taken that way. 0-2 to Brandon Phillips. 2 outs in the third. Breaking pitch just missed and buckled the knees, Al, of Brandon Phillips.
Now he missed. I think Laz Diaz may have missed it too. That says inside from Fox Tracks, but crowd would have put out a big cheer if he would have run him up.
Let's see what the crowd has to say about this pitch.
Slider, cutter out there. People ask, why is Kyle McClellan so good? He's got 4 weapons, and he's convinced everyone that he's durable enough to go deep into a game. Curveball.
The 2-2. Hit on the ground foul. You also had a chance to chat with Chris Carpenter. Certainly was involved in that incident and good friends with Jason LaRue, and he had more on him.
Yeah, Jason LaRue is one of the untold stories of this. He never played beyond that brawl because of concussion syndrome, and Carp says he's been in touch with LaRue quite a bit. Base hit up the middle. But he said that LaRue is feeling a lot better. He's doing well, but he still, from time to time, deals with some of the symptoms. So he's not fully past it.
Wow.
Well, he obviously accelerated his exit from the game, but think about Jason, who all the probably minor concussions he had over the years, and foul tips and things that really we never paid attention to. I guess the best way to describe a real good foul tip is almost like a whiplash. It takes a toll over the years on these catchers.
Cleats to the head doesn't help.
The cleats to the head accelerates it. And Carpenter still has some cleat marks. There still has some, some scars from the kicking he got in the back.
Carpenter says tomorrow's start for him is just another start. Can't look at it as anything different. I wonder if he's being totally honest.
Starting to rain again, gentlemen.
Pujols tried to keep that ball fair. Smart player trying to get it while it was still in fair territory. A little chopper from Joey Votto. Hard to get this guy out. And Brandon Phillips aboard at first base does have 2 stolen bases, and I wonder what the crowd would think if Yadier Molina happened to throw out Brandon Phillips stealing. That might be fun.
I think they'd get a kick at it.
Well, what if maybe the ball slipped and as he's 3/4 of the way down, he got drilled by an errant throw.
Okay, an errant.
Errant throw.
Not going. Ground ball to the right side, and it is handled flawlessly by Descalzo. Dangerous hitter Joey Votto is retired. McClellan is breezing. Berkman will lead it off. Baseball Players Association in helping Japan's children in need. Visit unicef.org or text Japan to 864-233 to donate $10. Standard text messaging and transactional fees apply. For more information, visit MLB.com/Japan Relief. Always smiling Lance Berkman will lead it off for the Cardinals. They enjoy a 2-0 lead. Sacrifice fly for Albert Pujols in the first inning. And a 2-out base hit by number 5, his second RBI. There's your score.
You don't think Berkman said anything to provide a little comic relief?
Well, he likes to do that, doesn't he? Jordan Smith, right-hander. Loosening for Dusty Baker. Jim Hayes with us. The 0-1 is laced down the left field line, and it's fair and into the corner. Berkman rounds first, headed to second. Stand-up double for Berkman. His second hit from the right side this year. Leadoff double. And the Cardinals threatening again in the third. Cat, I understand that you had a chance to get some more information about Brian Talent as well, the Cardinal left-hander, as we look at this double off the bat of Berkman into the corner.
Well, the Cards are going with one left-hander at present. Talent has a fractured right hand, suffered making a defensive play in Arizona. He told me he's targeting a week from Monday for his return. That's when he'd like to be back. He is thrown in the bullpen. He says the issue really is he can't hold a glove, and so they're worried about him protecting himself, but he feels like the arm will be where it needs to be.
You know, they did contemplate and think about adding another left-hander for this series as a Bruce and Votto and guys like that. But I think who do you penalize down there in that bullpen? It's been so good. And I think now that some of those right-handers are throwing the gas that they're throwing, that's a good way to combat that. And, why bring up somebody that's really not deserving or not ready yet?
Agreed. Don't tinker. It's working well.
Well, David Freese hit the ball to the right side. That's what he's trying to do with Berkman, the runner, at second. Freese has a natural swing to that right side. He singled in the first inning. His batting average continues to climb. It's at .339. 2 homers, 10 RBIs for David. And his job right here, Al, hit the ball to the right side.
No doubt about it. It should be a pretty easy thing. As we've kind of think that Maloney's having trouble getting in on the right-handers, leave the ball out over the plate. She said his natural power stroke is to right center. And he hit it to the right side, so at the very least, it moves Berkman over to third base. Easier to score from there. And look how far off the line Votto is. There it is.
And there's a base hit the other way. Going to drop in front of Jay Bruce, and Berkman is held, and now he bobbles it, and Berkman hits home. And the Cardinals lead 3-0. Good base running by Lance Berkman, and that'll be an error on the right fielder, Jay Bruce.
Well, what Jose Oquendo saw, and the reason he stopped him there, nobody out, so you don't want to potentially run into an out. Jay Bruce came up clearly feeling the ball and getting ready to throw. The problem was the ball wasn't in his glove, but he did everything to deke the runner, as he thought, we talk about with a wet turf here that it's going to be troublesome. So you see him stop there. Now he looks and he sees that Bruce came up actually trying to throw the ball. Watch this. He comes up ready to fire, but he doesn't have it. So he had to go back and get it. That's what allowed Berkman to come on in. So it's a single and an E9, and we'll have a pitching change.
You can't throw what you don't have. Dusty Baker will make a change. They'll go to the right-hander. And our Chevy's called to the bullpen. We'll be right around the corner. Yeah. By taking part in our second annual e-cycling drive Monday, April 25th and Tuesday the 26th. Bring your unwanted electronics to the Ballpark Village lot for collection. No fees will apply. For more information, visit cardinals.com/greenweek. And the new right-hander, Jordan Smith.
25 years of age. He had 7 scoreless outings until his last appearance when he did not record an out, gave up 2 earned runs. He got a reprieve on opening day. He was recalled as they made a disablement and started the season at the big league level. Quick throw over. He is listed as 6'4", 230, 25 years of age, from Utah.
And it started to rain a little bit harder here at Busch Stadium. We've already had a 2-hour and 10-minute rain delay. The Cardinals leading 3-0.
Let's get this game regulation.
You do a little more first pitch swinging, Al, in this situation?
I want to say yes, but no.
You want to say yes, but no.
I want to say yes, but no. You really.
You're still trying to have a good at bat.
It's not like you're batting. That you have 4.5 innings in. It's not like you got too much game left. That too many things could happen. Go ahead and keep on scoring.
You saw that really good base running play by Berkman. Pretty good speed on the base paths. He's been decent in the outfield. He's playing almost every game. And a lot of people are surprised by that. Berkman says, I'm not made of glass. And that's my favorite thing that he ever
I'm not telling him that he's just playing decently in the outfield.
I think that's a fair assessment.
No, he's playing better than decent.
Okay, I'll agree with that.
He's made every play but one.
But certainly he looks a lot quicker. I know he got himself in great shape. The offensive numbers have been outstanding.
Ground ball to the left side. Handled by Cairo to second for one. And strong arm from Brandon Phillips. Is a double play, 5-4-3. And that erases David Freese. And I think your point is there's so much talk about the age of Lance Berkman. It's not like he's 48. I mean, he's still a fairly young player. Could have a couple more years left in him. And I think
a guy dealing with injuries and coming off knee surgery, and now he feels fine.
And it's more that than it's been maybe a decline in age.
Well, I think a lot of people made an awful lot to do that was unnecessary about him returning to the outfield, that he wasn't going to be able to do that. Come on, he played the outfield. He's a baseball player. He's, when he played first base, he's seeing the ball come off the bat that way. So, I didn't think that would be a problem. Obviously, he's helped his own cause by coming in the shape he is. He's that much more time removed from the knee surgery, so his legs are healthy. It shows the way he's running. And boy, I think we all thought it was a great, worthwhile acquisition, but we didn't think we'd have this kind of impact. And just his presence in the clubhouse is so invaluable.
Daniel Descalzo, 1-2 to the Cardinals' second baseman. Jordan Smith in on relief, and a line drive to center field, and comes in first, but then goes back. Cardinals are retired. A run an inning, though, 3-0 through 3. And the rivalry series started tonight. A little bit of rain slowed us down a bit, 2 hours and 10 minutes. And after some hard work by the grounds crew, we got underway, and the Cardinals, behind Albert Pujols and Kyle McClellan, have taken an early lead. And now you're up to speed, 3-0 Cardinals. Gomes, Bruce, and Renteria in the Reds' fourth inning. Only 2 hits off of McClellan so far, and this is technically a relief appearance for Kyle McClellan, as Miguel Batista started this game and pitched to just 1 hitter, and he walked him. There's a base hit for Gomes. 3 hits now for the Reds, and a leadoff hit for Gomes brings in Jay Bruce. Right now, as we take a look at Big Mac Land, you can try a small frozen strawberry lemonade for just $1. Only at McDonald's.
Reds locked up a few of their players this offseason. Bruce being one of them. Backup catcher, got a 3-year contract.
We should say the catchers in game 1 of this series, we've been told that they are just, and we can see from the numbers, having a hard time throwing out runners. It's been track meet against the Reds, and part of it is the Reds pitchers haven't been holding runners on well. Double play ball perhaps. 4, 6, 3. Jay Bruce hits into a double play. Cardinals turn one of their own, started by Daniel Descalzo.
Nice. Watch this outside pitch, way outside. You roll over on it, and all you're going to do is hit a ground ball, in this case to second base. A little shovel pass to Theriot, muscles up to throw, gets Bruce. As Kyle McClellan, very efficient again today. He's had 3 major league starts, got 3 quality starts. The only question I have, we knew he had the physical talent to go into that rotation. He could get hitters out 3, 4 different times. He's got so many weapons. But could he go deep enough into a game to where he wasn't taxing the bullpen? And, you know, and that has been answered by him going at least 6 innings all 3 starts.
Base hit for Renteria. So the double play looms big. Every Sunday during the 2 hours prior to the Cardinals game, enjoy free frozen treats and win fun prizes in the Ford Plaza, courtesy of North Star. For ticket information, visit Cardinals.com. Looked like McClellan started to throw that pitch to Renteria, Al, out of the stretch before he realized that there weren't any runners on. Then he went to the windup, gave up a hit. Now he's back in the stretch like he wanted to be.
Exactly. You know, we've seen guys come out of that bullpen and just throw exclusively out of the stretch.
You Al, we're talking about quality starts. This really can't be a quality start.
No, you can't, but his 3 previous ones.
Right. But just an oddity in this game for Kyle McClellan.
Yeah, he's not going to hurt himself, though, and he's got the chance to pick up his 3rd victory.
And we should continue to kind of heap some praise on the Cardinal manager, Tony La Russa, for what he did with Kyle McClellan for this game. That ended up being just an outstanding move that shows the experience of the Cardinal manager as he started Batista, then went to McClellan.
Well, and you go back to Tuesday when the start of the game time was just delayed. And, you know, until you exchange the lineup cards, the control of the time is in the hands of the home team. Once the lineup cards are exchanged, then you put that responsibility in the hands of the umpire. See the scoreboard kind of react. And the other day when they had that storm, they had $100,000 worth of damage to the scoreboard.
So you got the damage there on the right. You see where the Cardinals have started a picket fence there. First 3 innings, a run each inning. That's what ball players call that, a picket fence.
Huh?
You haven't heard that, Al?
I have, but
I thought you had.
To be honest, if a hitter sees that, he's not going to be staying at the major league level very long, being distracted. It's amazing what these players are able to do with tunnel vision and just their concentration, or really you don't even hear crowd noise. If you're in top of your game you just get focused in, and you don't see anything that's around you. You may hear things, but you can't pick out what they're saying, because you're just in your own little zone.
Kind of a hokey description, but in that Kevin Costner movie, For the Love of the Game, there's a point where he's pitching and he makes this internal statement where he says, "Clear the mechanism," which that's kind of a goofy way to say
it. A little powerful for baseball players.
But the reality is that's exactly what happens.
Sure.
You totally block out noise and anything else going on around you. There goes the runner, and the pitch is low. Renteria running on the 3-2 pitch.
Ricky, now when you tell us when you appeared in that movie?
It wasn't that movie.
Oh, okay.
It was Field of Dreams.
Oh, there's so many that you're in.
Yeah, well, Koss and I
got it.
Koss and I starred in Field of Dreams. Come on,
Yes.
now, let's get those straight.
You did have the credits too, right?
No, actually I didn't.
Oh.
I just have the story. And Al, 19 minutes and 57 seconds into that movie, climactic scene.
You were on the screen.
Yes, I was.
What did they describe you as? What kind of left-hander?
The veteran left-hander. Actually, what they said is that's the 6th straight hit given up by the veteran left-hander.
They didn't say that.
Yes, they did. I'm
but
not
you
lying.
cut that audio. Right?
On my home version, I did. Ramon Hernandez, the Reds catcher. 2 men on for the Reds here, threatening in the 4th inning. Cardinals leading 3-0. They've out-hit the Reds 8-4. And the Cardinals really, Al, could have bigger numbers on that board than just that picket fence we talked about. 8 hits, 5 left on base.
Problem is right now you got potential tying runs at the plate. And it's one of the things the Reds catchers have done a phenomenal job offensively. They may have trouble with the base paths, stopping would-be base stealers, but offensively they have put together a pretty good season. Ramon Hernandez right here, 342, 2 home runs, 9 RBIs. You put their numbers together, they're lights out.
The 1-1 is popped up. Shallow center field. Just a few steps for Rasmus. And McClellan gets out of the 4th. 4 zeros for him. We always love to give you just a tad of a hint about this trivia question. What is the Cardinals' record for highest average in March/April in a season with a minimum of 50 plate appearances?
What's the hint?
I don't know, Al. I guess it's the greatest Cardinal of all, Stan Musial. 528 in 1958. Matt Holliday this season, not too shabby. McClellan, Terrio, and Rasmus for the Cardinals against the third pitcher for the Reds, Jordan Smith. And that could be a base hit, and it is. Kyle McClellan has been swinging the bat very well in the starting role, and a leadoff hit for him. And he's on for Ryan Terrio, who's 2 for 2.
Kyle now 3 for 9 on the young season. He was junior and senior year, was an all-state selection at both pitcher and first base. So not unusual for him to be able to swing the bat a little bit. Now getting a lot of batting practice, which he didn't do the first 3 years.
Strike one to Ryan Terrio. The average up to 317, and he's been getting his hits in bunches. A number of multi-hit games. He's been on base twice, and so is Colby Rasmus in front of Albert, Holiday, and Berkman.
Been getting in bunches, and along those lines, he came in tonight's action 0 for his last 9.
That's the wrong kind of bunch. There's a line drive to center field, and it's going to drop in front of Drew Stubbs. Terrio is now 3 for 3.
He had a 4-hit game. In game 1 on Wednesday. He has hits in 10 of his last 13 games. And off to a great start. Got Kyle in front of him. Here's just respect for the wet turf, as Drew Stubbs didn't want to take a chance of diving on that ball or something like that, so he laid back on it, let it play, allowed the single and not to have the one scoot on by him. And Terrio even had trouble getting out of the batter's box, slipped. Umpires will pay attention to that, and you may see in between innings the grounds crew come out here and manicure certain aspects, batter's box, pitcher's mound, you're most concerned with.
And for viewers who don't know, the Reds need to hit in the 5th inning for this to be a full game. A one-hopper to Brandon Phillips to Renteria and on to first. Ball hit hard by Colby Rasmus, but the second double play turned by the Cincinnati Reds infield.
Cardinals by far have hit into more double plays than any team in the major leagues. And Terrio staying high. He could have taken one right in the face if Renteria wanted to throw it there. And you just wonder too, little gentlemanship, he might have taken out Renteria, as he looked like he appeared to be quite a bit in the base pass.
And that brings us to Albert. Batting with 2 outs, takes a breaking ball for a strike. Albert sacrifice fly in the first, RBI base hit, 2-out hit in the 2nd inning. 16 RBIs in the season now for Albert. The pitch. Ten hits for the Cardinals.
Jay Bruce, the right fielder, we've seen him play deep on quite a few players, but it looks like he's actually a step or two closer for Albert than he was with Terrio, which makes no sense.
On the left side, going to be a tough play for Renteria. Backhand, long throw. A superb play by the former Cardinal Edgar Renteria to throw out Albert and to save a run. The picket fence is over. We're through 4 innings of play. 3-0 Cardinals. tomorrow and find out why Andy Bennis and Fred Bird are practicing their wrestling moves. Cardinals Kids, made possible by Shriners Hospital for Children. That airs on Saturdays at 11 on Fox Sports Midwest. And we have an opportunity to answer a Car Soup email question here, and this one comes from Brandy. And Brandy wants to know, does Kyle McClellan have to go 5 innings to get a win since he didn't start?
No.
That's the right answer.
Nope, it matter.
That's a great question, by the way.
Great question, but he does not because he's not the starting pitcher.
So then it becomes up to the official score.
The official score technically can award the win to anybody who pitches, and in his mind, who is the most effective.
So what happens is all the pitchers in that game call the official score right away and offer him a bribe. Is that how it works?
Yeah. I don't think we're going to have any problem giving the win to McClellan, though.
I don't think so. He has been outstanding, and we've got some more work to do, working here in the 5th inning. Facing Jordan Smith, the Reds reliever.
And, of course, in order for this game to be official, with the Cardinals leading 3-0, you have to play 4.5 innings instead of the 5, because the Cardinals already have the lead. The team that is winning. If it was the other way around, you would have to play 5 full innings.
And the Cardinals certainly hope it's not the other way around. They have a 3-0 lead. Ground ball to the left side, handled by David Freese. And he makes Jordan Smith work hard to run that one out. Out number 1. Time for our Budweiser What's on Tap. Lance Berkman gets to go back to familiar territory. We're off to Houston, 6:30 on Fox Sports Midwest. The Cardinals and the Astros on Tuesday. And that'll be our next telecast on Fox Sports Midwest. And that'll be a nice homecoming for Lance.
And Lance might get the last laugh, as he was really hoping to return to the Astros, where he started his first 12 years. They had no interest.
They have gone in a different direction, that's for sure. I will say the Astros fans are good fans, and I'm sure they'll be very supportive when he comes back.
Oh, absolutely. And why would they not? You know, the numbers he put up there, went to Rice University. You know, he had the knee surgery in spring training last year and probably tried to come back too soon. And obviously when we saw him, he was not healthy and not right, kind of a lost year, and had to do a lot of sitting when he went to the Yankees.
Jim Hayes was right when he was with us in the 3rd inning. He was talking about how well Lance Berkman ran from third to home on that base hit.
Well, you could tell in spring training. There's several times I saw in spring training that he was running as well, if not better, than I'd seen him in quite a while.
The 2-2 to Drew Stubbs. And a swing and a miss. Strikeout number 2 for Kyle McClellan. Great sink on this pitch from the Cardinal right-hander.
Just watch how this ball, a fastball, but it just dives down.
And we wanted to give you a chance to hear the reception, the 3rd reception of the night. Actually the 4th for Brandon Phillips.
It's getting longer, but apparently during the rain delay, and remember he was batting when the game was stopped, had a 1-1 count on him, and apparently kind of tweeted that it wasn't a very good boo.
Yeah, he said, come on, St. Louis, you can boo better than that.
I like that when you have fun with the fans.
Uh-oh. There's some fun for Brandon Phillips.
There's some boo. Look at him sprint around the bases. And a little salute.
Fastest guy around the bases since Scott Rowland. Hammers this ball. Knows it's out.
I like to see that too. Act like you've been there before.
And in the middle of that pitch, the ball is thrown out onto the field. Joey Votto's kind of hot about that because he saw that ball. The pitch was called a strike, and he wants that pitch not to count.
And that's what he's claiming. It will not be reversed. But that's dangerous, folks. I mean, I know it's become kind of a vogue, but you're probably going to get thrown out of the stadium for doing that. And think about if you just throwing it out there and you end up hitting a player or something.
I always think it's a chance to give a baseball. If you don't want it, you want to show your disdain for Brandon Phillips, give the ball to a kid.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's everybody egging you on, and that doesn't have the ball.
Yeah, the Cubs really started that tradition, and do we really want to do what the Cubs fans do? I just don't get that. Joey Votto is retired. One of our favorites, Brandon Phillips, gets the Reds on the scoreboard, 3-1 Cardinals. Fan guy, compliments of Scott's. Brandon Phillips, with his second home run of the season, puts the Reds on the scoreboard. They trail the Cardinals 3-1. Bottom of the fifth inning. Big rain delay here tonight. Finally under action.
An official game, but score's a little too close. Need to pile on, add on.
Holiday, Berkman, and Freese will try to do just that. Holiday's 1 for 2.
Got your picket fence. You got a gate opening now, so go back to build the other part of the fence. But
makes sense.
I'd like to see some crooked numbers.
Crooked numbers and a better ratio. 3 runs on 10 hits is not the ratio you're looking for. Cardinals have stranded 6. Cincinnati's stranded 5 of their own. The 2-0 to Holiday. Right down central.
The Cardinals have hit into 2 double plays. Back in the first inning, they had 4 hits and only produced 1 run. That came on a sac fly.
Three and 1. You mentioned at the top of the broadcast the Cardinals won 12 of the 18 games against Cincinnati last year. And they're hoping to win this series here.
In my mind, last year, the Cardinals were a better ball club.
Agreed.
It just stymied, that Tony La Russa, that they could beat the good clubs like Cincinnati, but they were under 500 against sub-500 teams.
Now the 3-2 hits Holiday. It just gets away from Smith. Not intentional there for sure. Off-speed pitch. Backed up. We're going to go all the way back to 1925 for Schnucks. This date in history is April 22nd. Cardinals scored 11 runs in the first inning on 12 hits against the Reds. They set a record that later was broken by Cincinnati for hits in an inning. That's a bad start right there.
That's a bad start.
That's one you want to forget, but can't. Another runner for the Cardinals. Ground ball to the right side. Base hit, Berkman. Holiday round second. He's going to test the arm of Bruce. The play at third, and he is out at third. A strong throw from the Reds right fielder, who has a very, very good arm, and a bang-bang play at third.
You think on the wet turf and everything else that Holiday felt like it was worth the risk. The ball's going to be wet, slip, comes around here, you're running hard, and just a seed thrown over there. Did he get Cairo get that tag down in time? It looked like the leg got in there, but Wally Bell says no.
Very close play there. A great throw from Bruce.
You don't want to make the first out at third base.
David Freese. Berkman the runner at first now. Strike one on the outside corner to David. He's 2 for 2. Hits up and down this Cardinal lineup. They now have 11 of them.
Goes with the theme like you're talking about. 3 runs on 11 hits. A little lopsided right there, but just maintain the lead and get some of your timely hitting. You can't fault this offense. Since once they went to Arizona, they have been outstanding and just in attack mode. Everybody contributing too.
They really have been terrific. I mean, there's no spot in the lineup where you think, okay, 1, 2, 3 inning coming. And of course, the Cardinals last year, that was the problem with their offense. They had spots in the lineup where you'd think, well, no chance here.
Well, once David Freese went down and you didn't have a Lance Berkman, there were a bunch of singles hitters there. They could you'd have to bunch 4 hits, and this will help.
Wild pitch sends Berkman to second. Cardinals again with a runner in scoring position. And on that wild pitch, Lance Berkman is safe at second, having a conversation with Brandon Phillips. Safe at second, safe and secure. New York Life.
He looks in, sees that the ball takes a wide turn around second.
Not a very uptight player, is he?
No. And just has a great sense of humor, has that ability to say the right thing at the right time to make his teammates laugh. And it can be such a tense environment. And I think with Tony La Russa, Tony wants his players to have fun, but he doesn't know how to have fun himself, at a baseball field. And so sometimes he has a very tense bench, everybody, and that's why Berkman's personality is so important to this ball club.
And we were talking about Tony. I don't think it's that he minds people having fun. It's just not his deal. And so players don't always quite know how to play for Tony if they think they have to take on his personality. But I think he loves having Lance Berkman joke around. Fly ball to center field. Berkman tags. And he'll stay there at second. Saturday, April 23rd, all fans ages 16 and older will receive a bronze statue featuring Cardinals Hall of Famer Red Shadings, courtesy of Edward Jones. The 4th in a series of 9. Don't miss it. For tickets, call 314-345-9500.
This game can be so fun when you win.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a time and a place. And but you have to have players that are loose. And as you said, some players get very uptight playing for Tony. If the perception of Tony when you're a visiting player is you don't like him. There's an edge to him. You think his players, that everything that happens in the game, it's like if one of his players accidentally hits somebody, it's an accident. If one of the other team accidentally hits somebody, it's deliberate. And so a lot of guys dislike Tony, but Tony tells them, hey, don't judge me by what you've seen. Judge me now, that you're on my side.
Base hit to right field, Molina. This is going to score Lance Berkman, and the Cardinals lead 4-1. Another 2-out hit for the Cardinal catcher, and the fans love it here at Busch.
And most players that when they come to play for Tony, they see a different side. They really enjoy it. And once again, Yadier Molina, with few hits, has been very productive. He drives in his 7th run of the year.
And I think we could go further, Al, as we look at that swing on Exmo with the Cardinal manager Tony La Russa, and say that maybe that's even how St. Louis perceived him when he first came here. Hard to understand him at first, and we certainly recognize his greatness, but it's taken a while to get to know him.
Guy that's got a law degree. He's a vegetarian.
From California.
From California. How can he fit in here? But what I really think Tony, the biggest thing that he did for himself and allowing the fans to understand him was when he started the call-in show, the Sunday morning call-in show.
Right.
And then people got to see how considerate he is and how thoughtful and how deep his thought process. He loves to be challenged or asked about situations. He likes
it a lot more before the game than he does after.
Yeah, well, and he also likes it when he's got 24 hours to think about it.
There's Yadi, and he is out at second base. The tag on his back leg. Yadi doesn't believe it. He thought he touched the base first. He's going to lose that argument. To you by Jack in the Box, where you can get anything on the menu any time of day. And by Steel. Are you ready for a steal? Turned into a beautiful night here at Busch Stadium, and inside the stadium, Aggie Cerati working hard as she always does.
We got a lot of great employees here, but no one better than Aggie, and she can do anything. If you have any kind of problem, you go to Aggie's lobby and VIP press entrance, and she will accommodate you.
And I know she's ignoring us, but she's typically watching the game while she's working, but she's just not paying attention to herself.
Right now, she's got two responsibilities: take care of a lot of people, pass out all those tickets.
Aggie's lobby.
Aggie's lobby. She is so sweet.
You know you're important when you have a lobby named after you.
And well deserved.
Johnny Gomes leads it off, takes a slider from McClellan on the outside corner, strike one.
There's nothing Aggie can't get done for you.
Another off-speed pitch and a nice play by the ball boy. Wow, he barehanded that. And now he's going to keep it.
Yeah, you earned that one.
Wait a minute. Does the ball boy get to keep the baseball?
Also kind of caught him. It's either catch it or
get hit by it.
Ouch. Not the same velocity as Juan Encarnacion, but you can see that ball coming right at you. You got to pay attention.
He's saying, hey, I just barehanded you, Gomes. Don't rub it.
Yeah.
Don't rub it. 1-2. Cardinals lead 4-1. Reds batting here in the top of the 6th inning. The Cardinals have out-hit the Reds 12-5, and you just hope that that doesn't come back to haunt you. Cardinals have lost some opportunities, and as Al said, we started a new picket fence here in the 5th.
Yeah, this could be a very explosive offense for the Reds also.
And you are correct about that, Al. The Reds lead the National League in RBIs and in home runs. They've got power up and down this lineup.
Playing away from their home ballpark, because home runs don't happen as frequent.
You're right about that.
As the Reds play in an explosive ballpark, they have to overpay to get pitchers to go there.
Leadoff walk, a rare walk from McClellan. That's his second of the night. Bringing in Jay Bruce. And we talked a lot in this homestand about being careful about walking somebody in front of a guy that's got some pop, and Jay Bruce is certainly one of those players hitting from the left side.
Jay Bruce hit 25 home runs a year ago. Hit 281 when he first came up, and he just turned 24, I think.
Here goes the runner. Here's the throw from Molina. Quick throw, and he is safe. He stole that on McClellan.
No doubt about it. Kyle really got to kick himself because he really did not pay much attention. And that's the 4th steal for Johnny Gomes. Look at that lead. And Yachty made it a lot closer, but he had no shot. The only chance he has is if he slides beyond the bag, which he almost did. But his back leg stayed on contact.
Looked like Terrio tried to help him slide past the bag. Keep that tag on him, you never know. Yadier Molina, uncharacteristically, has only thrown out 2 of 10 base runners.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think the pitching has had a lot to do with that, and there's a case in point.
Well, there's been he's not throwing as well as we've seen in the past, and he's lost the grip on a few times. But most of the time, if a pitcher gives Yachty a chance, gives him a chance, he's going to throw somebody out.
Pretty close pitch here. Was it a strike? Box track says no.
He's having a little trouble locating that curveball today, but boy, it's a good one. Everything stays outside as it's just kind of not bringing a little bit further across his body, leaving it out there, and then you get that 12-6, but it never does get in the strike zone.
Count even. Jay Bruce at the plate. He's 0 for 2. And a backhand play by Descalzo. Has trouble getting it out of his glove, and he is safe at first base. Great play on the backhand by Descalzo, and he couldn't get the handle. And that little hesitation allows Jay Bruce to beat it out.
Was it that, or was Albert not at the bag? Let's kind of take a look at it here in slow-mo. As you see, he looked like he had a firm grip. Albert was maybe just getting to the bag. I couldn't tell from that view.
You may very well be right, as that double pump.
I think Albert thought that ball was through and never got to the bag, and that's why he double pumped.
And playing deep at first base for the left-hander Bruce. We'll see if we
get a look
another shot
at
at it.
But see, Albert really wasn't at the bag real quick, and that's why he was afraid to throw when he was kind of moving there. And just that hesitation allowed Bruce to get down the line, give him some credit for hustling down there into a base hit. Gomes goes to third, and Yachty just made a nice stop to keep him at third.
Albert loves to range far to his left and his right, and he plays deep at first base, and the infielders that play with him often have to get used to the fact that he is late coming to the bag.
And I think in that case, Albert's saying, hey, throw it to me. I'm watching. I'm watching. But it is a little unsettling after you make that great play. And
ground ball to third. They've got the runner in between home and third. Molina's going to run him back to third. And they're not going to be able to get him with one throw. It's going to take another throw. Now at third base, Albert, he's safe. Close play at third. And Albert not happy about that call. Neither is Molina.
But look at Albert all the way over to third base, as the Cardinals really did botch the rundown. And not only there are too many throws here, but Albert flips the ball there. Freeze. They say he's safe there, but also the batter, Renteria, gets himself into scoring position. He looks like he's out all the way. I thought the left leg, the lead leg, was up and didn't make contact with the base. The trailing leg, the right leg, was the one that he touched third base with.
And you're right, the Cardinals certainly made one too many throws in that rundown and didn't handle it well, but almost ended up getting a couple outs. Tony La Russa questioning the call of the third base umpire, Wally Bell. Renteria, as you say, goes to second. Here's one more look at it, Al.
Okay, watch the left leg. See, it stay up in the air. The right leg, the trailing leg, is the one that touches the third base bag, so I believe he was out. And whether Freeze got spiked there or not, jumps up in the air, that allowed Renteria to go to second base. But first mistake they made on the rundown was the throw from Freeze to Molina. Too much separation.
Ground ball to short. And Terrio throws out Cairo, and Bruce, the runner at third, does not go on contact. That is a mistake by Jay Bruce. Terrio was playing deep. That ball wasn't hit that hard.
They were conceding the run here and not going on contact. Of course, he started to go, stop. You know, I'm sure in his mind, as the ball hits the right side, I'm coming home. But the ball hit there. But you've got to check and see that defense, seeing that playing back. They're giving you the run, conceding the run, and just walk his mannerism right there. He's kicking himself, and Dusty's kicking anything he can get his foot on. Should be a 4-2 game right now. And right now, 2 outs, you could strand both those runners.
Little sloppiness here, top of the 6th inning. Ramon Hernandez with a couple runners in scoring position. Nice play by Yachty, blocking that ball in the dirt. It's been a very interesting half inning. Cardinals leading 4-1. Leadoff walk started it all, then a base hit, infield hit because Albert late covering first base after an almost spectacular play by Descalzo, and the ground ball to third by Renteria results in a rundown. And after the dust settles, second and third, 1 out, and then a bounce out by Cairo. Bruce doesn't score, and here we are. Curveball at the knee.
Good curveball there. Cardinals have been productive with timely hits with runners in scoring position, 2 outs, and the Reds the opposite, looking for their first hit.
The 1-1. Good swing by Hernandez, fouls it straight back.
Rick, we've all been in situations where if the club doesn't take advantage of a scoring opportunity, all of a sudden it kind of propels you and you kind of get new life. You kind of get that little pump up and you go, okay, you don't want to get that extra run, I'm not going to give you the other 2. And that's what he's in the spot right now, ahead in the count.
1-2. Curveball. Fly ball to left field. In comes Holiday, and McClellan gets out of it. Could have been a lot worse. 4-1 Cardinals. This week on Fox Saturday Baseball, Joey Votto and the Reds will be in St. Louis, taking on the Cardinals in a showdown between National League Central rivals. Fox Saturday Baseball returns this week at 3 p.m. in high definition. 4-1 Cardinals. 12 hits tonight. And as we get close to 11:30, it's been a long night for both of these ball clubs, but plenty of baseball ahead of us. And we've had some interesting situations, and we'll see what the bullpens do from here on out. Nick Massett is our Mid-America Chevy's call to the bullpen.
Well, Massett is a very solid relief pitcher. He's struggling early, but the Reds are accustomed to that. Last season, his first several appearances, he had an ERA over 11. And Hannigan, their other fine catcher, sort of a double switch. His pitcher spot was first up, so they did a double switch. Hannigan will lead off next inning. But, you know, Massett last season, he had 11.45 ERA his first 13 appearances, and then just over 2 the rest of the season. So they're kind of accustomed to him struggling early. Unfortunately, in 7 games, he's over 7 ERA, and he's 0-3.
He was a vital part of that club last year, and of course, the closer for this team, Francisco Cordero, is one of the game's best.
Over 100 saves in each league.
Descalzo's 0-2, his first at bat, of course, against Massett. Popped up and lined out his 2 trips.
Daniel's really shown that he can flash some leather, whether it's at second base or third base.
Another 0-2 pitch is on its way. This ball hit hard into right center field. It's not going to be deep enough. Jay Bruce has a beat on it, makes the play.
Little guys hit it on the ground.
Nice round of applause for Kyle McClellan.
He's been outstanding, and I can't really say that we're surprised. You know, you knew he had great physical ability. Like I said, the only question moving from the bullpen to the rotation, would he go deep enough in games? Would he be an asset to you? You know, a starter that goes, you know, even 5 innings, that's not enough. And Kyle has demonstrated that he can go through that order and get you into the deep into the game, and then he really truly is an asset.
And if you have a starter that's only going to go 5 innings every time out, and you can almost count on that, that just really plays havoc on your bullpen.
It kills your bullpen, and nobody would know more about that than Kyle. You know, so he is big and he's strong. He's got 4 great pitches. He didn't utilize all those pitches out of the bullpen, but as a starter, he can rely more on the changeup. You know, he can see what's working between his cutter and his curveball. Throw the sinking fastball, the 4-seamer, and you can tell he likes hitting.
Sure does. Maybe lobbying to be the next Kyle Loesch, coming off the bench as a pinch hitter. He may want that job. That's not going to help.
Now he looked like a pitcher.
That's okay. It's a tough little breaking pitch to try to hit there off of Massive. Next time you want to catch a Cardinals game, head to StubHub, where you'll find the seats you want, the freedom to choose where you want to sit. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the St. Louis Cardinals.
I'll say once again, you cannot replace an Adam Wainwright. But with Adam's injury and the Tommy John surgery happening so early in spring training, they forgot about it. And they have still now, I mean, now they got their number 1 cheerleader, but the starting rotation is one of the biggest assets on this club, even without Adam Wainwright. So everything's going along that he'll be ready for next year. Now he can be a cheerleader. But how about the job that not only McClellan, but what we've seen Kyle Loesch do? He was spectacular throwing the shutout. Second as a Cardinal, 6th overall yesterday. Jaime, you know, had the shutout his first time out. He's hasn't been quite as sharp, but he's still such a good competitor. He's been able to battle his way through and win.
Cardinals with 3 starting pitchers in the top 10 in the National League in ERA.
Yeah.
Garcia, McClellan, and Loesch.
And you see Westbrook right there. I mean, he's too much of a veteran. You know, he'll figure it out. He struggled this way. He's given up so many hits and base runners. But he'll figure it out. And then Carpenter has been victimized with some of the blown saves. But he was very good his last time out. You expect that from him. And he'll be the pitcher tomorrow.
The 2-2 to Terrio is in the dirt. If you'd have told most Cardinal fans in February that the Cardinals would have 3 starting pitchers in the top 10 in ERA, who do you think they'd be?
Well,
say
Wainwright, Carpenter, and Garcia.
Yeah, and Garcia. You might have said Westbrook.
Might have, because he's such a circle ball pitcher, but they think they figured out things, and the only way to figure it out is get back out there and pitch.
Terrio's having a good night. 3 for 3. Singled and scored in the first, doubled and scored in the second, and singled in the 4th inning.
And here he's got a full count. So he's accomplishing the fact that he goes deep into counts. More pitches you see, the more opportunity to get a mistake and be able to do something with it. Fouling off a tough pitch there.
You know, you made a lot early in the season, Al, about the fact that Terrio was asked to be a different kind of player when he went to Los Angeles, and it just seems like we see a guy back to being the player that he is supposed to be.
Well, one thing is he's happy. You know, he wants to be a major league shortstop. He doesn't want to be a second baseman, so he's at the position that he wants to be. And there's a lot to say about that.
Hits that ball hard. That's the first out he's made. We're through 6 innings of play. 4-1 Cardinals. The shortstop, part of our Home Depot doing more on defense. This play started by the Cardinals' second baseman, Descalzo.
Nice little turn. You see the timing mechanism. You get that nice feed, so he's timing coming across the bag, avoiding the runner and completing the throw to first base. Not always easy to be working with a different second baseman all the time too, but a lot of that preparation and work during BP pays off during the game.
Fastball misses low. Batter Ryan Hannigan.
Not the good big average, but you see the production, so you put together, you know, the two catchers' numbers, and they're very good. Tops in the league between catchers for home runs and RBIs.
He had a nice year last year. Hannigan kind of came out of nowhere and really helped the Reds be a better ball club down the stretch. He came on as a part of a double switch, replacing Ramon Hernandez behind the plate.
Well, they liked it so much they rewarded him with a 3-year contract, but not a good formula like last inning, walking that leadoff man.
And that day, of course, would be Walt Jocketty, the rewarder of that contract. Another storyline to this Reds Cardinal connection. Former Cardinal general manager who we thought did such a great job here in St. Louis. Sorry to see him go, but certainly he's found a nice home in Cincinnati, and he's done a great job. This club the last 4 years has just gotten better and better and better and better.
No doubt about it. That's part of the, that's part of the mystique and part of the rivalry. As Dave Duncan will come out and talk, they're just starting to get up. It's like Sanchez, a young phenom that everybody's so excited about, but Dave Duncan giving him a little time. But Kyle, who's done such a good job, the only blemish you could really talk about is the 3 walks. And just kind of in a 4-1 game, you just don't want to be walking the leadoff man. Of course, that's not his mindset either.
And speaking of phenoms that everybody's excited about in the bullpen, the Reds got one of those, I would say, that most people in baseball are excited about. I mean, there are folks that can't wait to see Aroldis Chapman pitch, clocked at 106.
Now the guns are all amped up a little bit, but still, if they're amped up 3 miles, it's still well over 100 miles an hour, and it's considerably faster than everybody else that has that advantage.
And that's the real reality to it. No matter what the number is, it's just incredibly quick, and he's got a great slider to boot. And we'll certainly see him in this series.
Well, the one thing that Dusty told me about Chapman last year, and they signed him to a huge contract, the Cuban defector, is his ability, the whip action, because his arms, like hang down to his knees, and just big hands and fingers.
There's a broken bat up the middle, base hit. Drew Stubbs with his first hit of the night. The Reds' 7th, and they're making noise again here in the 7th inning. And Brandon Phillips representing the tying run.
Breaking ball kind of hanging right there. It sounded like he broke his bat. Or maybe if he wouldn't have broke the bat, it would have carried out. But they're going to stall right here, giving time for the reliever.
We won't get a chance to watch Sanchez pitch to Brandon Phillips, will we?
We may. Eduardo Sanchez. Don't see Tony popping out. Now you do.
This will be very interesting. La Russa out to talk to McClellan. Sanchez and Phillips. Wow. public's not going to believe him, but we're going to show him to you anyway.
Well, 3 appearances. You see the 10 strikeouts, no walks. That's what impresses me, is the 95-mile-an-hour fastball, which has been pretty consistent. But more importantly is he has the ability to throw strikes with a secondary pitch, a slider. And it appears that you pretty much can throw either one of them for strikes at any count. And so far, so good. But last season, he split time between AA and AAA. 24 games at Springfield. He was 1-1, 3.12 ERA, and 11 saves. Then he went to Memphis, better ERA in 26 games, 1.67, and had 3 saves at Memphis. Pretty much a strikeout per inning pitcher. He had 58 strikeouts in 53 innings.
And he's got
to a great start.
And he's got a tough assignment here. This is an entirely different situation for Eduardo Sanchez. A little more on the line.
Well, and he's earning these tougher assignments. It's the first time we've seen him come into a game and inherit base runners.
Cardinal staff has been good at that this year.
They have been.
Stranding runners.
Very important stat for a reliever is what do you do with the first batter? More so when you come in inheriting runners.
Sanchez and Phillips. Here we go. First pitch is popped up. Shallow left center. Who wants it? Rasmus takes it. Good start for Sanchez. Crowd loves it when Brandon Phillips makes it out.
Well, Brandon had been one of their biggest offensive stars. He was 2 for 3 with a home run. Second home run of the year off of McClellan. Kyle still responsible for that runner, the runners at first and second. But it gets a little bit easier in the sense that you got one out, but you got to face one of the toughest hitters in all baseball, the reigning MVP of the National League.
You are right. Nothing easy about Joey Votto.
0 for 3 night for Votto.
Double play would be nice from the Cardinals' point of view. Sanchez ready. Fastball at the knees. 97.
We haven't seen that velocity. We've seen a few 96.
He's been at 91, 92 throughout his minor league career. Throws a lot harder in the big leagues.
Guns are better.
The 1-strike pitch to the MVP. Misses low and away. When we talk about the style of Brandon Phillips, you know, this Cardinal right-hander has a little bit of flair to it.
He has a little flair, and that's why, you know, you hope you don't see it for a long time, but you've got to also see how they react to, you know, adversity. Can he bounce back, you know?
1-1 is in the dirt, and it's past Molina, and there's a little adversity for you. Both runners advance. Hannigan to third. He led off with a walk. And Drew Stubbs, broken bat hit the runner at second base. 2 runners in scoring position now for Joey Votto. There's that slider.
Real tough. That slider at the foot of a left-handed batter. Tough for the catcher. You know, you want to have your weight shift, but it's so far to Yadi's, you know, right that it's hard to go and shift. So you have a tendency more backhand, and then you're just a blind stab.
The 2-1 to Votto. This is high and away, and now Sanchez, a little trouble finding the zone. How careful should he be here with Joey Votto with first base open?
Well, you got to be careful. He's got to retire him. You got a mindset. You don't want to pitch because you got a base open, but you're also, Joey Votto represents a tying run.
The 3-1, ball 4. Bases loaded now for Johnny Gomes.
Johnny Gomes is pretty much a dead red hitter. So ideally, they would like to see him hit a breaking ball, but You get on the mound, if your best pitch is a fastball, and even if a guy is a fastball hitter, you still have to believe your fastball is better than his ability to hit one. But this is where it's so important to have that secondary pitch, have the ability to throw strikes with the breaking ball.
And after throwing one in the dirt, you'd hope that he would keep his confidence in it, not be afraid to throw it again. Fastball hitter is Johnny Gomes. First pitch is a breaking ball and misses inside.
What happens is, Gomes is a smart enough hitter. He knows that they're going to want to throw breaking balls to him. But if you fall behind in the count, then it gets a little more predictable that you're going to get a fastball.
Sanchez ready, the 1-0. Fouled back. Got in on the hands of Gomes. Again, a good fastball from Sanchez with movement riding in on it.
Now, the one thing about Johnny Gomes is that you don't always have to throw a strike with that fastball because he's geared for it. He's going to be a free swinger on the fastball. So he's going to at times go, he's going to jump out of his shoes trying to hit the fastball and doesn't always have the discipline to swing at all strikes.
The 1-1. This is a big moment in this game. The Reds with the bases loaded. Hannigan, Stubbs, Votto are your runners. Johnny Gomes at the plate. Eduardo Sanchez.
Does the legend continue or does it get tarnished a bit?
Big test for him. 2-1 the count. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Throws it by Gomes. 2-2, and that ball had some jump to it.
Had a little jump. He has a little extra at the end of it. A little flare, which I have no problem with. I think it's, this is showmanship, but you got to be able to back it up.
The 2-2. Popped out of play. And you get the sense that Sanchez is doing that not out of trying to show somebody up. He seems to have some natural emotion when he's able to make a pitch that he's excited about. And players do never mind that.
Right.
It's when you're deliberately trying to show somebody up that you have an issue.
You strike him out, and then all of a sudden you're blowing up the smoke off your pistol.
Yeah.
Andujar. That's where it gets under the skin of the opposing team.
Nervous moment for Kyle McClellan. What is going on in the mind of Eduardo Sanchez? The 2-2 to Gomes. Breaking ball hit to left field. This should be deep enough to score one for the Reds. And the Cardinals will trade that out for a run any day. Sacrifice fly for Johnny Gomes. Scores Hannigan. And it's 4-2. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals.
2 outs, runners at first and second. See how important that wild pitch became. Just shut them down right here.
It appeared to be a bit of a hanger that Gomes hit the left
field. Just got in on him enough to where he fought it off.
Jay Bruce, a dangerous hitter. He singled his last at bat.
Good pitch on the outside, Black. Get ahead in the count, then things may become a lot easier. Well, his man's been on his breaking ball. Does he have the ability to backdoor one?
Here's a breaking ball pulled foul. Not quite as sharp today, the breaking ball of Sanchez.
Not at all, but right now he's 0-2.
Climb the ladder up and away. What do you
I
think?
like that. In this case, I'm not a big fan of pitching inside. So in my mind, you know, if you want to throw a breaking ball with everybody else, but you're in the wheelhouse, but do not throw something inside that.
And that's where Molina set up. He wanted that fastball in, and fortunately Sanchez hits the spot.
But you were asking for, and what I would agree for, is to throw a fastball up and away, out of the strike zone, get it up out of the strike zone. It looks good. You chase it. You can't catch up to it. Or if you make contact, you pop it up. More than likely, you take it for a ball or you swing through it. There they're going away.
And it's in the dirt by Molina again. Another wild pitch on a breaking ball. And all of a sudden, the tying run is at second base.
You got the big Gold Glover back there, and it's twice now you've put him in over to third base with wild pitches. Some of the most elementary things is after you throw a wild pitch, you better get to home plate as Molina vacates that to go chase it down to the backstop.
1-2 the count. Man of the moment is Eduardo Sanchez. The pitch. And he pops it up. Sanchez does a great job filling in for Kyle McClellan, who's still the pitcher of record on the positive side. Gets a hug from Adam Wainwright. A lot more action ahead. The Reds 4-2. Congratulations all around for Kyle McClellan, who had an outstanding outing. 6 innings, 2 earned runs. And really a relief role for him as he came on for Miguel Batista, who pitched to one batter before the rain. And not so good a night for Maloney, Albert Pujols, and Yadier Molina supplying a majority of the offense. The Cardinals with 12 hits on the night. And trying to add to that is Colby Rasmus against the new Reds hurler,
Logan Andrusik.
I love the way you say that.
Andrusik. 6'8", 228.
Fly ball to center. Handled by Rasmus.
We saw Logan last season on opening day make the. There's Massett still out there.
Well,
How did I get Andrusik?
Andrusik was.
They announced him?
Warming up, but evidently he did not come in, and it's Nick Massett.
All right.
Both tall right-handers.
I'll practice my Andrusik.
You'll have to say that again later.
Because he'll be coming in.
Before it's over. Albert Pujols and Massett. We have gotten a tight game here, 4-2. Ground ball to the right side. There's a big hole over there, but Phillips makes the play and throws out another Gold Glover, Albert Pujols.
They had 3 Gold Glovers in the Reds last year. Scotty Rowland, and there you see the second baseman Phillips, who picked up a Gold Glove, pushes it to right side, but he's got that good speed. Gets over there, throws on the run, and also Bronson Arroyo won a Gold Glove last season.
Matt Holliday hits with 2 outs in the Cardinals' 7th. Nick Massett looks very sharp here tonight. Hits the outside corner. 4th Reds pitcher.
Matt Holliday's had success against him, 4 for 9 with 3 RBIs.
A little late, fouls it off down the right field line. Cardinals trying to win the first game of this series. Very rainy weekend ahead of us. Fortunate to be able to fit this game in tonight. Jason Mott getting loose for the Redbirds, and we may see him in the 8th.
Kind of got the feeling that Tony said, okay, I got Sanchez out there, but a little shaky performance will get him out of there while, you know, we can still keep it a positive outing.
Really, the shakiness was the slider more than anything. A couple of wild pitches.
Just didn't have the command that we saw in his first 3 appearances.
Walked the batter. But again, the damage could have been worse.
Sure. He minimized the damage. Didn't have the strikeouts, so that's kind of an indication that he didn't have his best stuff, and maybe kind of, overthrew a few pitches.
All part of his maturation.
Oh, no doubt.
2-2. Misses away to Holliday.
Ricky, I think fans just don't understand how you have to treat people with kid gloves. If you could guarantee that a guy like Sanchez would go out and have 20 just phenomenal appearances before he fails, and he will fail, then then he's got enough of a foundation to say that that's an exception.
Weak ground to the right side. Retires Matt Holliday. 1-2-3 inning for Massett. On to the 8th. More decisions ahead. Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. By Bank of America. ATM deposits are as easy as an infield fly. No deposit slip, no envelope. With Bank of America, member FDIC. And by AT&T. Approaching midnight at Busch Stadium. Al Raboski and I getting ready to split an Oh Yeah bar. And Jason Mott getting ready.
Your own.
I'll have my own. Jason Mott ready for an appearance here tonight.
really pitching well of late. Got the ERA down to 2. See, he's cutting down on his walks. The strikeouts are coming up. And Jason Mott, we'll see how things go in this 8th inning. He may get an opportunity for a 2-out save or 2-inning save.
And he pumps in a strike at 95. We've seen some fastballs tonight.
If you're a fastball pitcher like Mott, one that usually don't have the best springs, takes you a little while to get that fastball up to maximum velocity. A nice call right there. As appeared that ball was low, and he's hearing it from the Dusty is telling Laz Diaz where he's going to dinner. In case he wanted to join him, you know.
Jason Mott going back to that old style rear back and fire.
Well, you know, he and Dave Duncan had a meeting of the mind. You know, being a good soldier, Dave wanted him to work on a sinker, trying to perfect his breaking ball. He gave all the effort he could, but he just wasn't getting the results. And finally, they kind of said, "Look, let's face reality. We're back into the season now. You know, I appreciate you trying to do that. We're still going to work on it at times, but right now we need to get outs. So you go back and do whatever you feel is most comfortable and how you can be most effective, and that is this, and that's just rearing back and throwing the ball." And it's something that, you know, Dave was doing it for his long term, doing it to, you know, try and help him out. But this is Jason Mott. You know, just go back and throw, rear back and throw it.
And that's exactly what he does to retire Edgar Renteria. Strikes out his first hitter, and he blows a fastball right by El Capitan. Wow.
You know, Jason Mott is, you know, a converted catcher. You still see some of the similarities where, you know, short arms the ball, throws it right by the ear, but there's just no, you know, it's not too much complications. And now we're starting to see, you know, initially he used to be accused of having a straight fastball. Well, we're seeing more movement now. There's a little slider, and that pitch will help him, but, you know, you got to get back into that mentality of doing what you think makes, you know, is what you're normal. This game is tough enough when you go out there with your best stuff.
And made that fastball that was 98 look 108.
Yeah, and you see all that little hop on it, riding up and in, and, you know, Miguel Cairo's going, "Come on, I'm an old man. I can't hit that stuff. Throw me that little hanging slider."
And the question you raised, who will pitch the 9th for the Cardinals? If Mott's able to get through the 8th inning, there's the bullpen mounds. Not busy right now.
You know, and this is where Tony doesn't want to anoint one person. You know, watch the game, how it goes along. They've got the pitcher spot due up next. Heisey is there.
And you might get around to the top of the order, and you might deal with Joey Votto with a chance to win this game, and maybe it's Trevor Miller.
Trevor Miller, you know, is that's why you don't want to just sit there and, if you say one guy and then all of a sudden the game dictates that you bring somebody else in, then you've got to answer all those questions. So just watch the game, see who I bring in. But
Mott looks sharp. His fastball is back, Al. That, again, 98 miles an hour.
And if it's back and he has a real continues this outing and is efficient, you know, why not let him? You know, Tony has stated that Mott and Boggs are still works in progress. You know, they have the ability to be an outstanding closer, but they're not quite ready yet. There looks like, you know, the two-seam fastball, you know, where you see it drop down to 91. Well, sometimes if it doesn't move and it's 91, you're better off doing the, you know, the 95 to 98 mile an hour fastball, even if it is straight.
So he went down in the zone. Let's see if he goes back up in the zone.
Fastball
2-2.
away. Totally missed the location, but a more effective pitch. get it up and in on the hands. He got sort of a check swing there. Almost looked like this ball might go fair, but no reaction at all. Look at Mott slipping and then tried to get in there. It's that mound. We see a couple guys just have a false step here and there, slip a little bit.
Saw Terrio do that out of the box. Again, the field's in great shape considering the amount of rain that we've had.
Yeah, that's when the umpires get concerned.
The 2-2. And a base hit. Cairo jumps on that fastball. Good fastball hitter. His second hit of the night.
Sometimes you can, you're better off throwing that ball, and it's right down the middle, a little more in the inner part of the plate. He wants it down and away. A guy like Mott, I don't even know why you give location. They don't hit it anyway. And that one ended up being 93, which is a lot different than 96 to 98. And he was able to get it. There's Heisey.
And he represents the tying run at the plate for the Reds. And it's never easy. Got to keep working in these late inning situations, and that's why bullpens matter so much. And right now, the chore is Jason Mott's.
Well, Heisey led the Reds pinch hitters this year, and last year he had a very good year. He produced 4 pinch hit home runs. That tied Matt Stairs for the most in the major leagues. One off of Jerry Lynch's single season club record of 5 back in '61. Also led the Reds pinch hitters in RBIs. So don't make a mistake here.
We know what he's capable of. The 1-1. Breaking ball, base hit past a diving David Freese, and now 2 runners aboard for Cincinnati. And they are not going away quietly into the night, that's for sure.
So now you're talking about the possibility of a 2-inning save. That is out the window now after a couple base hits. And Dave Duncan will come out and pay a visit. Maybe throwing too many strikes, as 16 pitches, 12 of them are strikes. He should be able to benefit because he's a little bit all over the place, a little effectively wild, and have hitters a little bit fearful in that batter's box.
Well, I'll be hoping for a double play here. Ryan Hannigan at 229, and Mitchell Boggs begins loosening in the Cardinal bullpen. Watchful eye of Derek Lilliquist. Derek, hard to say. Derek Lilliquist, Cardinal bullpen catcher, in his first year.
Lilliquist was very instrumental in helping out in extended spring, rehabbing pitchers. Marty Mason, a great friend of ours, and did a great job. Let go and did the right thing in hiring from within. And Lilliquist will do a great job in that area.
And as the bullpen coach, he's communicating with Mitchell Boggs right now. The situation, wants to make sure he's ready for a certain hitter, and Jason Mott wants to make that a moot point by just getting the guys out himself.
Yeah, one of the simple little things that they never did when we were down there in the bullpen is have a lineup card down there and just almost like keep score and make sure everyone knows who you're going to face. Sounds simple. And, late in the season, you kind of know their roster, how people are used, you know who you're going to face, but it does help out the guys to be able to have that scorecard and know who's on the bench, who's available, who's already played.
Swing and a miss as Hannigan now 1 strike away from being a Jason Mott strikeout victim. Although I think he'd prefer the double play ground ball here. The 2-2 from Mott. Fouled off.
Now Mott rears back and throws. In my mind, because many of his pitches are up, he becomes a fly ball pitcher. And when he does get the ball down in the zone, it becomes more hittable. That's more getting the ground ball to get to, but we see that pitch is straight and gets hit, harder. Throws it up there. It's hard to get on top of it, hard to center it.
A lot of Cardinal fans have stuck around. Paid crowd of 40,327.
Well, they want to see fireworks.
Fireworks. And they want to boo a couple of their least favorite Reds. And they've had their opportunity to do that. And we will see Mr. Phillips again before the night is through. 2-2 the count to Ryan Hannigan.
We just don't want to see him this inning.
Agreed. 1 out in the 8th. Mott, the pitch. Fouled off again. We've had some big pitches here in the last couple of innings delivered by the Cardinal relievers with the game on the line.
And here it's kind of a catch-22 because you see so many fastballs. You want to change things up. You want to throw a breaking ball, but you just don't want to. You don't look good when you throw a breaking ball. Obviously, a second pitch, and you can't throw it for a strike. There he tried one there. You don't want to hang that, and it becomes a much more hittable pitch. You could lose a game on not your best stuff.
Drew Stubbs, the Reds center fielder, will hit next. Will be the top of the order for the Reds following Hannigan. Do you send the runners here? Mott is set, not going. The 3-2 pitch is fouled back. Really can't afford to send runners with Yadier Molina behind the plate and the strikeout pitcher on the mound.
No. But Hannigan hanging in there. Can't really throw that borderline pitch and hope for good results, because if he takes it, it's ball 4. Yachty wants to talk to him a little bit, maybe change things around, get him to just take a little deep breath.
It was not a very good pitch. That last pitch from Mott is kind of up and flat in the top of the zone, and I think Yachty knows that result was a lot better than it could have been. Had it hung maybe just a little bit lower, a good swing from Hannigan might have been tie ball game or worse.
Well, it's real important for using Mott to be ahead in the count, because then he can work the ball up out of the strike zone and get someone to chase it. Up in the strike zone becomes hittable.
The 3-2 again is popped up into left field. Mott's going to win this battle, and Holliday's going to catch that ball.
Big second out. Runners can't advance.
This nice crowd here, I think, has been holding their breath quite a bit the last couple of innings.
Drew Stubbs, a very intriguing hitter. He stole the base here. He's 6 stolen bases. He's one of the, he's one of the top base stealers. But he also has 4 home runs. And a double switch here as Boggs will come in, and we'll see what he changes in the position players.
Tony says don't call him the closer, but he's in to do just that. Pitches, most of them very, very good. 6 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs for Kyle, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. Pretty nice relief performance.
Yeah,
by
relief
Kyle.
appearance. And it all depends on how good it is if Mitchell Bogg does his job. Come in here, get the final out in the 8th, and see if he stays in. You see that one save? That was Wednesday when he got his first professional save of his career. He was a reliever in college at the University of Georgia, but really a starter all through the minor leagues. You've seen him audition sort of for the closer role, but he picked up his first save, and I think there'll be many more when his career is over.
Working with 2 outs in the 8th inning, sometimes you save the game in the 8th inning.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Big situation for him. There's that nasty slider. That's the secondary pitch that's so good for Bogg.
And that's why he's been brought in this game. You know, where Mott, you know it's just going to be fastball. You don't have the confidence that you can rely on that secondary pitch right now. So you bring in a guy that can throw, I think, harder than Mott, but has a very good breaking ball.
More movement as well.
Yes.
And Mott, hey, tell you, nothing wrong with 97,
No.
98.
I mean, but I really believe that consistently Boggs will hit those 96 and above more frequently than Mott does.
The 1-strike pitch to Stubbs. Nasty slider again, misses down and away. 1-1. 2 runners aboard for the Reds. They trail by 2. 8th inning, game 1. Mitchell Boggs trying to shut the door here in the 8th inning. Swing and a miss, and they got him picked off. He's picked off at second base. Now they have the runner between second and third, and they're going to tag out the runner there as Yadier Molina and Albert Pujols work their magic here in the 8th inning. Big mistake by Heisey. How about that? Gold to gold. Molina to Pujols. Inning over. He's not given up a run yet this year in 9 appearances. Former Washington National.
Sure it's not Andrusic?
It's not.
Oh, okay.
100% sure this time.
Especially since he's 6'8" and right-handed.
Right. Interesting way to wear a uniform here. What do you think with Bill Gray? Got the high socks.
It looks different, doesn't it? And the old look. Now you got the new look.
I'm voting for the new look. Sorry. Yadier Molina,
give me the ball, give me the ball.
He actually had a hard time getting it out of his glove. He had picked off the runner by so much to end the top of the 8th inning, and it was like, please, please get the ball out of the glove. I know he's out, and hard to believe that Heisey would make that mistake.
The Reds deserve to lose on a play like that.
Absolutely.
That's the that's the tying run out there. Take the bat right out of the hands of one of your good hitters. And nobody feels worse than Heisey, but Dusty Baker might remind him how bad he should feel.
Jay Bruce should have scored on a ground ball to the shortstop Terrio. That came in the 6th inning. That was a base running mistake.
Reds bullpen has been pretty good, better than their starters, as they have a season ERA coming in at just at 3.02, and the last 10 games it's well under 2.
Lance Berkman has a double from the right side and a single from the left side.
Well, obviously you want to, if any chance you can to turn Berkman around right-handed, you do so. Not that he's an easy out right-handed, but he's much more dangerous lefty.
Outside corner, full count now to Berkman. It'll be Berkman, Freese, and Molina against Bill Bray. Cardinals would like to get a little insurance. Had a chance to score more runs early, and they didn't. They do have 12 hits on the night. Berkman is retired. David Freese is 2 for 3. It's going to be a great series, Al. Travis Wood and Chris Carpenter.
I wonder if they change that
game 2
and have Volquez did warm up, but did not throw a pitch in this game. 6 pitches into the game from Batista, and then the rains came, 2 and 10-minute rain delay.
And we may see Volquez on Sunday.
Could see him on Sunday. That would be more realistic.
Cardinals have unofficially listed Jake Westbrook as the starter on Sunday night. He had a short outing in his last routine, and it's really the only logical choice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the problem is.
Renteria throws out Freese.
There's nobody at AAA that you'd rather see, and Westbrook at some point needs to get straightened out. The only way to do that is to pitch.
Might be good for him not to throw a bullpen and just kind of rest for a couple of days after that rough outing and just go back out there and try again as quickly as possible.
Veteran pitcher that's been around the block. He's got a great sinker. He's just given up a ton of base runners. But he'll figure it out, and then you'll expect him to be a ground ball monster.
Strike one to the Cardinal catcher, Yadier Molina. Molina 1 for 3. Cardinals' last hope here in the 8th inning. Looking ahead to the 9th. Top of the order for the Reds, Stubbs, Phillips, and Votto. Cardinals clinging to a 2-run lead, and I mean clinging. The Reds have had some base runners here. Scored a run in the 7th, threatened in the 8th. Yadier Molina picked off Chris Heisey to end the 8th inning.
End up getting the out of Cairo, as he was forced to go towards third. But it wasn't his mistake. And how many times has Molina done that?
Frustrated Dusty Baker tonight. Both clubs 10 and 9. First place in the Central. It's on the line. We mentioned the Cardinals have won 3 straight series, Al. This will be a good start in this series if they can hold on tonight. They lost their first 3 series of the year. And that is a very important thing to Tony La Russa. That's what he likes to preach.
You got the Reds going in one direction, the Cardinals going in the other. And we'll take the Cardinals winning series while the Reds are losing.
Reds have only won 4 of their last 10 games.
They went 5 or 6 straight to start the season and looked like they were going to run away with it. Their starting pitching has been a little shaky of late, as I think they've gone through every starter last time through has given up runs in the first inning.
Fly ball to left. Cardinals are retired 1, 2, 3. We're going to see Brandon Phillips one more time in the ninth.
Pat Paris and Cal Eldred are at Lumiere Place. Kyle McClellan shines in relief, sort of. They'll break it down. We'll have Tony TV, and somebody's getting a hungo tonight. Mitchell Boggs will try to close this one out, and we go back to the booth and Rick and Al, guys.
Thanks, Jim. Mitchell Boggs looking for a 1+ inning save, his second of his professional career, and the only one standing in the way of that, Drew Stubbs, Brandon Phillips, and Joey Votto. Reds 1-7 when trailing after the 8th inning, but this is a club that's had a lot of walk-offs and a lot of come from behinds the last couple of years.
And they started out opening day with a big come from behind victory. That was their trademark last season. So you just really have to bear down, never assume that you are going to have an easy inning or close out the 9th in easy fashion. So Cardinals really trying to make a statement too. They dominated the series a year ago, but the Reds won the division, and Cardinals faltered down the stretch, ended up 5 games behind the Reds in second place. So very important to continue this winning ways against this club.
There's the reason for the matchup with Stubbs and Boggs, but that number's out the window. Base hit up the middle. Stubbs was at the plate when Boggs came in the 8th inning, and the runner was kicked off, and not a good way to start the 9th.
It's bouncing right back up the middle. He's got great speed. Phillips has already hit a home run in this game. He is 2 for 4. And you got Votto, who behind them. So you've got to go. You still got to earn this, and not easy. Trevor Miller, he will get a shot, maybe at Votto. So the double play is what maybe the only thing that has saved Mitchell Boggs, keep him in this game.
That's one of the reasons managers go left, right, left. If you bring in Trevor Miller to face Votto, then he's going to have to pitch to Gomes as well before he pitches to Jay Bruce. Or do you wait and bring him in for Jay Bruce with only one left-hander? The Cardinals hamstrung a bit.
That's why I say get the double play, bring him in. You know, Gomes, Votto can't beat you.
Deep fly ball to center field, and Brandon Phillips has made an out. That was, of course, a long out for Brandon Phillips. Albert Pujols has had a nice day offensively. Al, a couple RBIs early. Our Nissan drive of the game.
Sac fly and also a base hit RBI. So Albert 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Votto can just tie it. He can't beat you. And they'll play behind Stubbs, who doesn't need, but he should take off because he's got phenomenal speed anyway.
If you're the Reds, you've got to take this base, don't you?
Absolutely, and take it right now. They don't. Now, if he hits it, you know, he hits a line drive double play, so be it. But, you know, he hits a ground ball and you turn 2 and you end the game. Can't do that if he takes the base they're willing to give you.
And he's going to take it now. And Votto has to take the strike to let him get there. 1-1 on Joey Votto.
I mean, you play your defense that way, fielder's indifference, and you hit into a line drive double play. I don't think anybody's going to criticize you for taking a base.
And now they stay out of the double play.
Right. You stay out of the double play. You got a man in scoring position. A base hit. He scores easily to the outfield. Cut the 2-run deficit in half.
Keep in mind that the Cardinals are without Miguel Batista, who, believe it or not, started this game. So the right-handed closer after Trevor Miller would be who?
Salas.
Both he and Ryan Franklin would be the only remaining Cardinal relievers. Been a tough season so far for Ryan, but it's a long, long season. 3-1 to Votto. Tying run at the plate. Swing and a miss. Good pitch from Mitchell Boggs. 97.
A year ago, Votto probably didn't miss that ball. Fouled it right into the glove. As the reigning MVP, I think he won that early with all the come from behind.
Fans back in it.
I think Albert's numbers were better. He finished second to Votto in the MVP. Albert Pujols in 10 years has won 3 MVPs and finished second 4 times. And the other 3, he was in the top 10.
Only one player in history has finished in the top 3 more than Albert, and that's Barry Bonds. 3-2. Boggs to Votto.
One of the bigger applauses must have been for a fan making a great catch.
They erupted over to our left, did they not? Got a good crowd tonight.
Seen a good game. Cardinals, a lot of base hits, but the offense has been shut down the last few innings. Now the Reds have stranded 10, and the Cards only 6.
Fly ball to left field. It's deep, but not deep enough. Out number 2 in the 9th. Long, loud outs by the Reds, and they're down to their 27th out.
And we know how elusive that 27th out can be. And Molina go out there and just remind Boggs, keep on bearing down. Don't try and get it over with too quick. You know, just go out there and pitch.
Saw the crowd on their feet here. They've been waiting a long time for this 27th out, and they're hoping it's Johnny Gomes. 1 for 4 with a strikeout in his career against Mitchell Boggs.
He's had a base hit in this game and also a sac fly. Remember, a good fastball hitter.
Popped it up on the right side. Pujols wants it. Cardinals win. Four-2 Cardinals taking game 1, Al, of this series.
Always so important to take game 1. Then you only have to win one of the next 2 for the winning the series. But why not get a little greedy and win the first one, win the second one, and then look for the sweep.
Chris Carpenter will have the chore tomorrow. More on this game on the post game coming up next.